Test 70G English practice problem number 1. Number 1, we're going to use the special technique called the vacuum cleaner. The vacuum cleaner basically means just take the word and plug it into the sentence and see how the word sounds. So here's what we're going to do. Remember, in any English problem, you always read from the beginning of the sentence down to the end of the sentence, which is right here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and read the sentence and plug in answer choice A, no change. Let's get started. Alan created large statues to acknowledge the historical contributions of African Americans. To me, that sounds okay. Let's go ahead and check the other choices by simply plugging in the answer choices and seeing how they sound. Keeping in mind that another person wrote this particular sentence, and if it sounds weird to the author, it will sound weird to you, or vice versa. So let's go ahead and plug in the word remark for answer choice B. Alan created large statues to remark the historical contributions of African Americans. That sounds weird. Let's take a look at C. C says perceive. Alan created large statues to perceive the historical contributions of African Americans. That sounds weird as well. And answer choice D says mention. Alan created large statues to mention the historical contributions of African Americans. Mention sounds weird as well, and mention actually means just kind of briefly just bring it up. We're trying to acknowledge, just to show. The answer choice, therefore, using the vacuum cleaner, plugging it in, for number 1 will be answer choice A. Test 70G practice problem number 2. Number 2, we'll use the CARS rule. Let's do a quick overview of the CARS rule. CARS rule, let's first of all go ahead and write them out. C-A-R-S C-A-R apostrophe S and C-A-R-S apostrophe. The first thing that we're going to do here is we're going to go ahead and we are going to take a look at this sentence. Right away we notice it's a CARS rule problem because we see there is an apostrophe here, here, here in the answer choices and no apostrophe here. So the first thing that we have to do is we have to make a decision if there's possession. So let's just take answer choice F, for example, right here. What we'd want to do is we want to look at the apostrophe and then look just to the right and ask yourself, first of all, is there possession? Contributions, are the contributions owned by African Americans? No, it would be the other way around. Contributions are not possessed or owned by the African Americans. If we do an example of, just to see how this actually works, is let's just say we have the car's wheels. And we have an apostrophe right here after the R. Car's wheels. And then let's just say you see the apostrophe S right here. So what you want to do is you want to just look just to the right. The first thing you do, look to the right and ask yourself if they're possession or not. Does a car or several cars own its own wheels? And then the answer would be, of course, yes. So that means that there is going to be an apostrophe there. And the first thing that will help us remember this is called the mini name tag. The mini name tag means a little apostrophe looks like a mini name tag. So when you see that little mini name tag, you say there's possession. No mini name tag, no possession. Mini name tag, possession. That's the first thing. So make a decision if there is going to be an apostrophe or not. The second thing is, once you make a decision that there's going to be an apostrophe or no apostrophe, let's say that you make a decision if there's an apostrophe. Then what you do is you go ahead and use what's called the finger rule. The finger rule says this: take your finger and cover up the mini name tag or apostrophe, and then now look to the left. So we're going to go ahead, cover this up here with your finger, and then look to the left. We're going to ask ourselves how many are involved. For example, we see the word contributions and there's an apostrophe. So we know that in this particular example, they're saying that contributions possesses African Americans. Well, we know that's wrong already, but let's just go in here for demonstration purposes and see how many contributions are there. When you put your finger over the apostrophe here or mini name tag, you look to the left and you see that there is contributions. So that means plural possession. Let's go ahead and do the same thing here with answer choice H. If we cover up the mini name tag here and we look to the left, now you see it just says contribution. See that? That means singular possession. Plural possession, singular possession. Remember, quick overview, whenever you see apostrophe S's, the first thing you do is ask yourself, is there possession? In this case, there's no possession, so that means no mini name tag. Right away, no possession is going to lead you to answer choice G. If there is possession, then you cover up the mini name tag or apostrophe with your finger and then look to the left and ask yourself, is there one or more than one based upon what you see to the left? There you have it. It's the review for the CARS rule. Practice problem number 2 will be G. Test 70G, practice problem number 3. Number 3 is the Mr. Chung rule. Let's go ahead and do a quick review of Mr. Chung. Here is Mr. Chung's face. Let's go ahead and give him his usual haircut. Mr. Chung's eyes look like 2 dashes. His nose looks like 2 commas or a comma splice. And his mouth is 1 set of parentheses or brackets. Remember, everything on Mr. Chung's face is the same. It's facial parts. So that means that his eyes, nose, and mouth are all used in the exact same way. If you understand that the way you use brackets is the same way you use dashes, is the same way you use a comma splice, then now you can transfer that information and just know that there's only one use for 3 different things. Let's go ahead and talk a little bit about this more. Here, what's between the brackets is called a parenthetical statement. It's non-essential information. It's so important, I'm going to write it out here, non-essential information. If it's non-essential information between the brackets, that means that we can go ahead and cross it out. And the sentence theoretically should stand on its own. If you see 2 commas, what's between the commas is called a comma splice and therefore is non-essential information as well. Take your pen or pencil and cross it out. And 2 sets of dashes, what's between the dashes is non-essential extra information. So go ahead and cross out what is between the dashes as well. It's non-essential. So the first thing that we're going to do here is, if you look at the sentence, we'll read from the beginning of the sentence starting with her all the way down to the end of the sentence here, ending with the word tons. Then we're going to look at our answer choices. We see that there's a comma in answer choice C after the word truth. So if we were to put a comma here, that means that there is a comma splice, just like Mr. Chung's nose, 2 commas, one in the underlined portion, and the other one is right here. So that means from here to here is non-essential information and therefore can be crossed out. Let's go ahead and cross it out then. Take your pen on your test and cross it out. Now, if it's non-essential, we should be able to read from here to here, and number one, the sentence should still stand on its own. It should be complete. Then you want to go in here and you want to check and make sure, is this extra information about the subject? Let's go ahead and get started. Test to see if it's, first of all, complete sentence when we cross it out. Her statue, Sherborne Truth, stands 12 feet tall and weighs 2 tons. That is a complete sentence, and that right there, we can cross that out. And now, 19th century abolitionist women's advocate, okay, is more information about the subject. So that is used correctly. Therefore, using Mr. Chung, we need go no further. Answer choice C is the correct usage. Let's go take a look real quick at some of the other answer choices. First of all, in answer choice A, there is a dot dot. A quick review of a dot dot. A dot dot looks like a smashed equal sign. A smashed equal sign can present 3 things. 1, it will be a list. 2, it will be an explanation. And 3, it will be a direct quote. A direct quote must have quotation marks, these little hashes at the beginning and hashes at the end. 1, we don't see that, so it's not a direct quote. Number 2, it's not a list of anything, so that right away can be crossed out. And number 2, right here, it says explanation. This is not an explanation of this. So therefore, A will be used incorrectly. Let's go ahead and take a look at answer choice B. Answer choice B is a dot comma. A dot comma looks like a banana and an orange. Remember from our lecture, it has to be 2 complete sentences that are both related. First of all, if you were to put a dot comma here, her statue of Sherborne Truth, that is an incomplete sentence, and therefore that can be crossed out. Remember, dot comma, 2 complete sentences. Answer choice D, there is no punctuation here. That means you have to read from the beginning all the way up to the comma without taking a breath. Let's go ahead and try that and see if you feel like you naturally have to take a breath here. Punctuation gives you an opportunity to take a breath. If there's too many words, you kind of run out of steam when you go through there. That's why we have the punctuation in there. Let's go ahead and see how you feel when you read from here to here. Her statue of Sherborne Truth, a 19th century abolitionist and women's rights advocate. Wow, I felt like I needed to take a breath somewhere in there, so I know that naturally, in natural speech, there's got to be some type of punctuation. Therefore, D can be crossed out right away. Therefore, answer choice 3 will be C. Mr. Chung, dot comma, and dot dot. Test 70G, English practice problem number 4. In practice problem number 4, we're going to use our ears and use the tense rule at the same time here. The first thing I do when I come into this problem is I look over here and I see an ED. ED means past tense. ING is present tense. And if you look over here, there is no tense on here. Ways, that means this is going to be present. So I have to look at the sentence and try and decide which tense it's going to be. Then, if you look at answer choice G, that looks kind of long. So I'm thinking razor blade on that one. So let's go ahead and get started. It says, her 13-foot tall depiction of Roots author Alex Haley. Okay. Right away when you read from the beginning up to here, you see that this part of the sentence is present. It doesn't say anything like was, were. For past tense, it doesn't say anything about could, would, or should, so it's not future. So if you're not sure, always assume it's present tense. Anything with an ed will suggest it's past tense. With this in mind, we realize that the sentence is present tense, therefore we can cross out the answer choices that are not present tense. J can be crossed out right away because it says waited. It's past tense. H, ing is present tense, and at a wait, present tense, and F, it says weighs. These are all present tense. Using the tense rule, we can cross out answer choice J and J only. Now, let's say that you didn't recognize this was a tense rule problem. Let's go ahead and use your ears and plug in answer choice J. It says waited. See how that sounds? Her 13-foot tall depiction of Roots author Alex Haley weighted 5 tons. Sounds weird. Get that out of there. Double reason for J being out. Let's go ahead and take a look now using your ears with answer choice H, weighing. Her 13-foot tall depiction of Roots author Alex Haley weighing 5 tons. Well, right away you see that that is an incomplete sentence, and therefore it can be crossed out. Incomplete sentence for H. And answer choice G, at a weight of, let's go ahead, plug it in, see how it sounds. Her 13-foot tall depiction of Roots author Alex Haley at a weight of 5 tons. That feels like that's an incomplete sentence as well. It feels weird. It sounds weird. Therefore, we can cross it out for several reasons. Incomplete and weird. Let's go ahead and plug in the correct answer, which is answer choice F. It says weighs. Her 13-foot tall depiction of Roots author Alex Haley weighs 5 tons. You see, this makes it a complete sentence. It sounds great, and also it is the shortest one, razor blade. Practice problem number 4 is F. Test 70G English practice problem number 5. In practice problem number 5, it's a hidden Formula B question. Let's do a quick review of Formula B. Formula B is going to ask you to rearrange or substitute new sentences in a paragraph, one particular paragraph. Let's go ahead and do a quick review of how to write a paragraph. Topic sentence at the top and details below. The job of a detail is to support the topic sentence. In practice problem number 5, you're asked to replace the underlined portion right here. This underlined portion is located in the body, similar to this area right here. The job of this part of the essay is to support the topic sentence. So when you rearrange and change the sentence here, you want to make sure that one of these answer choices supports your topic sentence. So, without further ado, since we're in the body, we need to move on up to the top and take a look at what our topic sentence says. Our topic sentence starts off with, Tina Allen's bronze sculptures are striking for their powerful combination of monumental size and fine detail. So our topic sentence talks about these sculptures that are monumental in size, large, and very, very finely detailed. So our answer for problem number 5 had to say something about large size and or fine detail. When you come down over here, answer choice A says, as famous as she is. Does that say anything about fine detail or large size? No, and therefore it can be crossed out. Answer choice B. B says consistent with public opinion. Public opinion doesn't say anything about fine detail or large size, so that can be crossed out. Answer choice C is closer. It says even working on such a large scale will support your topic sentence and therefore be the correct answer. Let's go ahead and look at answer choice D. D says Healy died in 1982. That does not support our topic sentence. Once again, it says monumental in size and fine detail from up here. The only one there that will support it is answer choice C for problem 5. Test 70G, English practice problem number 6. Practice problem number 6 will use the famous razor blade technique. Razor blade says simple is best. It also says don't be redundant, and it also says if you see the word delete or omit in the answer choices, go ahead and check those first, because when you delete or omit something, you're going to make it shorter and simpler. Razor blade. Right away, when I look at practice problem number 6, the psychology is this. I noticed that in answer choice F, there's 4 words. Answer choice G, there is 4 words. Answer choice H, 4 words. And answer choice J, there is 1 word. So right away, I'm thinking razor blade. I come in, I check answer choice J first. If J sounds correct and is still a complete sentence, then J be the correct answer. Let's go ahead and check it first. Remember, whenever correcting ACT English, you're always going to read from the beginning of the sentence to the end of the sentence. Make sure that when you plug in your choice, it's a complete sentence and that you're not leaving out something essential. So let's go ahead and take a look at this. It says, in this ancient technique, the sculpture is first carved in clay. The clay is then covered with rubber to create a mold. It's a complete sentence. It gives you everything you need, and therefore using the razor blade technique, J is the correct answer. So now we're going to come in here and we're going to analyze the rest of the answer choices and see why they're wrong. If you look at H, H says create and manufacture. When you manufacture something, guess what you're doing? You're creating something. I'm going to manufacture a bunch of t-shirts. Well, I'm creating them. These are words that are redundant. Let's go ahead and take a look at G. When you produce something, I produce a bunch of t-shirts. I create a bunch of t-shirts. It's redundant as well. Vocabulary redundancy. And answer choice F says to make the creation. When you create something, guess what you're doing? You're making it. Redundancy for this particular problem, you only need to say it once. Practice problem number 6. J is the correct answer using razor blade technique. Test 70G, English practice problem number 7. In practice problem number 7, we'll go ahead and use the tense rule. The tense rule says this: whenever you see words in the answer choices that suggest the usage of a tense, we're going to go ahead and make the tense of the sentence match the underlying portion. Here is problem number 7. The beginning of the sentence is here, and the end of the sentence is all the way down here. So we're going to go ahead and take a look at the problem first. When you look over here, it says cooled. Cooled ED suggests that this is past tense. Answer choice C says cools, and cools is present tense. Cooled, past again, and A says was cooled, past tense. All of them are past except for answer choice C, which is present. Now we have to go in the non-underlined portion. That means you're going to put your finger over this portion here and look to see what tense this sentence is. After the wax and the rubber is discarded. The word is present tense. That means we need to match the tense of this to the underlined portion. Well, we know that answer choice no change A is out because was is past tense singular, past singular. So A is out. B is out because it's also past tense with an ED. And D is out because ED on cooled. Cooled means it's already been done. It's past tense. The only correct answer using the tense rule, therefore, will be answer choice C for problem number 7. Test 70G, English practice problem number 8. Number 8, we're going to go ahead and use the hazy pronoun rule. Now, let's go ahead and talk a little bit about a hazy pronoun. First of all, the most important, most common hazy pronoun on ACT test day is the word it. Whenever you see the word it, it's a hazy pronoun. You don't know what it is. Let me give you an example. It made Professor Thomas angry. What made Professor Thomas angry? The hot weather and rain made Professor Thomas angry. You know, it's better to refer to it, even though it's longer. Now, I know what you kids are thinking. Hazy pronoun goes against what the razor blade rule says. Razor blade rule says simple is best. But remember, when you're doing your razor blade rule, you have to make sure that the sentence is understandable. So keep that in mind. Let's go back into problem number 8 and use the technique and see how I'm thinking about answering this question. Right away, when I look at problem number 8, my eyes are automatically looking at J right away because razor blade is the most prevalent on the test. So I'm going to go ahead and take number 8, J, and plug it in. J, we're going to plug in right here in the underlined portion for 8, and we're going to have to read from the beginning of the sentence with after, and we're going to have to go all the way to the end of the sentence here to original. Keep in mind that for problem 7 is included in this problem, we chose cools here, so let's get rid of this. When we read our problem, we're going to use the correct answer from the one above. A lot of times when you read this, you're going to have to see how it sounds. If you plug in the answer here, and it's going to make it sound weird, so always plug in your answer choice when there's one sentence with 2 problems entailed in it. Make sure that you plug in your correct answer choice here. Let's go ahead and get started. After the wax cools and the rubber is discarded, that is touched up to mirror the clay original. That what? I don't know what that is referring to. In this sentence, we have wax, we have rubber, and the wax and rubber are being used to make a statue. So there's 3 things that they potentially could be talking about. When you say the word that, are you talking about the wax? Are you talking about the rubber? Or are you talking about the end result, making a statue? You don't know, and therefore that is called a hazy pronoun. Because of the hazy pronoun, we cannot use the razor blade rule, which says simple is best. Remember, you can only use the razor blade rule when the sentence is understandable and works fine with the shortest choice. This one doesn't make the sentence understandable, so that's going to be out. Answer choice H says this one. Let's go ahead, plug it back in. After the wax cools and the rubber is discarded, this one is touched up to mirror the clay original. This one what? This one what? This one wax, this one rubber, or this one statue? Hazy pronoun again. H can be crossed out, hazy. Let's go up to answer choice F. F says that one referring to the wax, that one referring to the rubber, or that one referring to the statue. That is a hazy pronoun and can be crossed out right away. We're left with answer choice G. We need to know what they're talking about. There's three things: wax, rubber, and statue. After the wax cools and the rubber is discarded, this wax version of the statue is touched up to mirror the clay original. That is the correct answer. Even though it's the longest one, it gives you the information and makes the sentence understandable. All the other ones are hazy. Remember, hazy pronouns don't refer to anything specifically. The number one hazy pronoun on ACT will be it. Some other quick examples are these, them, those, and what's another one? Thomas, can't think. So anyways, practice problem number 8 is G. Test 70G, English practice problem number 9. Problem number 9 will use the famous razor blade technique. Remember, razor blade says A, simple is best. Also, it says don't be redundant or repetitive. And whenever you see the word delete or omit in the answer choices, check those first. Let's go ahead and get started here. First things first, when we come over here, we look at problem number 9. My eyes are attracted to short things. Number 9, answer choice no change has got 2 words versus D has got 4 words. C has got 5 or 6, and B has got 5 as well. So we're going to come over here and take a look and see what is going on. Remember, whenever you're correcting ACT English problems, read from the beginning of the sentence all the way down to the end of the sentence, which is here. Let's go ahead, start plugging stuff in. The wax statue is then coated with liquid ceramic, which hardens over several days. Okay, that is a complete sentence. My eyes are attracted to A right away. Now, what's the difference between A and B? A time period of several days. Several days is what? A time period. So that is redundant. Let's put an R next to it. Cross it out. Answer choice C. C says a duration of several long days. Several long days is what? A duration. It's redundant. And answer choice D, several days, duration of time. Several days is a duration of time and therefore will be redundant as well. The only answer choice left using the razor blade is A. Test 70G, English practice problem number 10. Number 10, we're going to go ahead and use the Formula B technique. Formula B technique are rhetorical skill questions. And what we're going to do is think about how people write paragraphs. Remember, Formula A will be about the whole passage, and Formula B will be about one particular paragraph. Let's go ahead and start with the beginning up here with 10. Given that all the choices are true, which one most effectively introduces the paragraph? So we're talking about one paragraph and we want to introduce that. So go back to the vision that we talked about in class. One paragraph. How do you write a paragraph? Basic. Topic sentence followed by details. The job of a detail is to support your topic sentence. Here's what they're asking you to do. They want you to write a new topic sentence. So this is what you have. You have a blank up here, and then you've got your details. You need to choose one of these choices, plug one of these choices in here, and put it right in the top. So how do you decide what the best topic sentence is? Look at the details. Get a general overview of what the details are talking about, because these details are going to have to support one of your answer choices, which would be your new topic sentence. Let's go ahead and take a look in here. Forget this sentence because we can bonk that out for right now. Remember, you're just looking at the details here. She took over 4 years to complete the memorial in Tennessee. 4 years to complete a project. For a Sojourner Truth statue in Michigan, she spent more than a year on the clay model. More than a year, 4 years to complete the full statue, and a year on the clay model. This looks like a long time is what she spent on the statue. A long time, and you maybe could make an association with a lot of work and long time. So your topic sentence here has to say something about taking a long time and doing a lot of work to produce this stuff here. Let's go ahead and take a look at answer choice F. Alan became interested in painting and sculpting as a young girl. Well, that doesn't say anything about a long time and a lot of hard work, so that one's going to be out. Answer choice G says she insisted on time-consuming detail at every step of the process. Time-consuming is what we're looking for. Time-consuming is another Scooby-Doo for a long time. G is the correct answer. Just for fun, let's go ahead and take a look at the other answer choices. Make sure you understand why they're incorrect. Alan's father, a professional perfectionist, was supportive of her artistic pursuits. Talking about her father now, that doesn't have anything to do with long time. That can be crossed out. And answer choice J, originally from West Indies, Alan moved to Los Angeles. Being from the West Indies doesn't have anything to do with taking a long time, which we said was 1 year for the sculpture, clay sculpture part, and 4 years to complete the full sculpture. 10, therefore, using the Formula B, remember, topic sentence followed by details. In this case, we're going to look at the details and then add a new topic sentence in. 10 is answer choice G. Test 70G English practice problem number 11. Number 11 is what's called a sense question. And a sense question is something that we're going to use here. What you're going to do is you're going to say the word where it is, and then you're going to say the underlined portion and see how it sounds in his hands. So the first one, answer choice A, says where it is now, in his hands. We're going to say Tennessee in his hands. Okay, how does that sound? Portrait in his hands. With in his hands, or book in his hands. Right away, when you just take the word and say in his hands, you see, you can assume the book was in his hands. Tennessee wasn't in Alex Haley's hands, so you know that that's going to be out right away. The portrait of Alex Haley wasn't in Alex Haley's hands. There isn't a portrait of Alex Haley holding a portrait of Alex Haley in his hands. It just sounds weird. And with in his hands doesn't make any sense. What does Alex Haley have in his hands? As a book. Sense questions, once again, you're going to take the word, say the word, and then plug it in, and then just see how it sounds to your ear. You see what I just did there? Sense question. The correct answer for problem number 11 will be D. 70G, English practice problem number 12. In practice problem number 12, let's go ahead and take a look and see where we're at. You'll kind of see how things fall into place. Remember, ACT English, you always want to read from the beginning of the sentence. It starts here, all the way to the end of the sentence, which ends here. Then we're going to take our answer choices, plug them in to the underlined section and see which one sounds the best. Let's go ahead and get started here. It says, for some, Sojourner Truth statue in Michigan. Whoa. Some who? Some what? Kids, you see this already. Who is some? This is called a hazy pronoun. Hazy. Get rid of it. I always want to refer to things more specifically. You don't know who that some is. Let's get that out of there. Answer choice F, hazy pronoun. Answer choice G, we'll need a definition here. There is people with possession. People with possession, their jerseys are red. We're talking about the kids on the soccer team. So that means plural possession. And in this case, we have to see who is going on, what's going on with what. Let's continue reading the rest of the sentence. Alan, it's singular. So we already know that the answer choice we're looking for is going to have to be something dealing with singular. That is plural possession, so G can be crossed out right away. Her and Alan go together. That's actually the right answer choice. Let's take a look and see why J is wrong. ITS means an animal or an object with ownership. Animal or an object and ownership. Let's do an example. An animal. I'm going to talk about the dog that lives across the street from my house. Its tail is brown. The dog is an animal, and the dog owns its own tail. Its tail. An object. I'm talking about the chair I'm sitting on right now. Its leg is black. The chair owns its own leg or possesses its own leg. Animal or an object and ownership, that's when you use ITS. In this case, we already know that's wrong because we are dealing with Alan. 12, answer choice will be H. Test 70G, English, practice problem number 13. Practice problem number 13, we'll use Formula B. Remember, a quick overview of Formula B. Formula B deals with one particular paragraph. Remember from our lecture, the way you write a paragraph is topic sentence in the beginning and then details below. The job of a detail is to support your topic sentence. Formula B questions are usually going to ask you to add or delete a sentence from a paragraph. Number one, the first thing that you need to do is ask yourself where you're doing this. Sometimes they'll have you add or delete a sentence that's in the beginning. That is your topic sentence. Sometimes, and more often than not, where they're asking you to add or delete a sentence will come from the body. Remember, the body, these are details that will support your topic sentence. So the first thing you should do is find out what your topic sentence is. Now, let's go ahead and get started with problem number 13. At this point, the writer is considering adding the following true statement. We're going to add that right here. This is approximately right here. Since there's one more sentence at the bottom, this will be down towards the bottom of the paragraph, which means we're going to have to go back to the page before and read the topic and the details in that particular paragraph. So here is the new sentence they're about to add. Her sculpture of Frederick Douglass was featured in a motion picture, Aliyah the Bee. So now the main thing they're talking about here is a motion picture. Let's go back and take a look and see what this particular paragraph is talking about. When we go back to the next paragraph or the paragraph before, we see that this is a tricky question. It starts up here. And this is a sentence that we've added in problem 10. If you go back and just read this as your topic sentence, you will definitely get the problem wrong. Remember, we chose answer choice G, which is a brand new topic sentence for the details that will follow below. Let's go ahead and take a look at our answer choice. Our answer choice says this for our new topic sentence in this paragraph. Alan insisted on time-consuming detail at every step of the process. Then, the details below will go in and give you some examples about time-consuming process. Number one, she took over 4 years to complete the memorial in Texas. 4 years is a time-consuming process. Detail number two, it talks about the statue. Just to make the clay statue, it took a year. So remember, the details we have here are talking about time-consuming, detail-oriented things. So when we come down back to problem number 13, should we answer and ask, should we go ahead and add in this particular sentence that starts talking about a motion picture? It never says anything about time-consuming, so we know it's off topic. Should we add it? The answer is no. That means that A and B can be crossed out right away. We're left with either C or D. Now remember, the whole paragraph is talking about how long it takes to make the sculpture. Answer choice C is the correct answer. Let's see why. No, because it interrupts the paragraph's description of Alan's creation of true statue. And answer choice D, which is incorrect, it says no because it shifts the main focus of the essay from sculpture to motion pictures. Well, the main focus of the essay is not about the sculpture itself, it's about the time-consuming process of the sculpture. So therefore, answer choice D is wrong, it's off topic. C is the correct answer using Formula B. Test 70G, English, practice problem number 14. Number 14 is located right here. That means we're going to have to go back up to the beginning of the sentences, read from here all the way down to the bottom. Now, some of you kids probably wondering why they put a big space in here. It's directly in the middle of a sentence. Some kids might think, is this a new paragraph? Is this different essay? What's going on? If you look here, there's a comma here, and there's no capitalization here. This is a continuation on. And if you ask me, I will give you an answer for why they do that. And here's the answer. Why? Because they want to. How do you like that for an answer? Basically, when you see this and when I see this, it makes me think like, why? It kind of throws me off my game. It kind of makes me think about something else rather than the question. Just get used to seeing weird stuff like this. They're going to go ahead and throw stuff in here like this and put big spaces in the middle of sentences just to make you feel uncomfortable. I guarantee you've never seen this before, and you will never see it again once you're done with the ACT. So get used to what they do at the Genius Combines in the practice sessions with Professor Thomas, and then when you get it real test, you see something goofy like this, you don't even think twice about it. All you merely do is just answer the question. So let's go ahead and get started. 14, we're going to take a look here, read from the beginning of the sentence to the end. It says, to mimic the coarse fabric in Truth's dress, blank, the clay was malleted, covered with chicken wire. Okay, great. So what we want to do is we want to add in a new part in here. Right away when I look at answer choice A, I notice it's 1, 2, 3, it's 4 lines long. And I'm thinking razor blade. Let's go ahead and read it and see how it sounds. To mimic the coarse fabric in Truth's dress, for which Alan pounded the clay with a mallet covered with chicken wire. Me, that seems, first of all, it seems a little wordy, a little long. I'm thinking razor blade. I'm not sure if I really like that. So let's hold off on that one. Answer choice G says Alan pounded. Go ahead and read from the beginning, plug it in, see how it sounds. To mimic the coarse fabric in Truth's dress, Alan pounded the clay with a mallet covered with chicken wire. That sounds great. That actually is the correct answer. The difference between F and G is F is wordy, and with the razor blade technique, we will cut out all the extra stuff. G is a better answer. Now, let's go ahead and take a look at why answer choice H and J are both incorrect. They are incorrect because of the hazy pronoun rule. The hazy pronoun rule says this. You have to refer to things specifically. You can't just start talking about stuff. So, for example, the most common one that you kids have seen before is the word it. It made me mad. Okay, so what made you mad, Thomas? You don't know. It is a hazy pronoun. It's the most common one on ACT, and therefore hazy. Some other words that are hazy are the words these. These are great. Those is another hazy pronoun. Those guys are ticking me off. Them, that's another hazy pronoun. It's better to refer to things more specifically. If you come in here and look at H, it says by pounding. We don't know who did the pounding, so let's go ahead and read that. To mimic the coarse fabric in Truth's dress, by pounding the clay with a mallet covered in chicken wire. First of all, it sounds weird. Second of all, it's an incomplete sentence. And third of all, it's hazy. Answer choice J is another hazy pronoun as well. Answer choice J talks about just pounding. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. We'll pull it up a little bit closer here. So to mimic the coarse fabric in Truth's dress, pounding the clay with a mallet covered with chicken wire. First of all, it's not even a complete sentence, and you don't know who is pounding it. So that one will be out. H and J are both incorrect using the hazy pronoun rule. Remember, kids, you want to make sure that you know who you're talking about or what you're talking about. In this case, H is the only one that talks about who did the pounding. Therefore, G is going to be the correct answer for problem 14. Test 70G, English practice problem number 15. Number 15 is a Formula B question. Formula B, remember, people write paragraphs, topic sentence in the top, and details below. The details, their job is to support the topic sentence. Here, they're asking you, should the writer is considering deleting this underlined portion here. Should we keep this or should we delete it? Let's go ahead and take a look at, this is our topic sentence. So right away I'm thinking, I don't like deleting topic sentence because then you just have a bunch of monkey business down here. You don't know what it means. So I'm already skeptical about deleting it just because it's in that first sentence there. Let's go ahead and take a look at it anyways. Like many of her works, the Statue of Truth and Haley are displayed in public. All right, so they're displayed in public. And here it says because. It gives you the reason why this woman wants to display them in public. And it says Allen wanted to make the accomplishments of African Americans visible in everyone's day-to-day lives. So right away we know we want to keep that. If you look over here, it says she also wanted to. So that means that this next part is a continuation of the topic sentence. She also wants to do something else. Speak directly to African Americans through her art, characterizing it as a way of writing our history in bronze. And how is she going to do that? Display it in public. And when you do that, put it in bronze, it's going to be showing everyone's accomplishments of African Americans. So you see kind of what we're doing here. So definitely you want to keep that. That means that answer choice C and D can be right, cross out right away. You don't want to delete that, so we don't even need to read this. Answer choice A and B are the two left. Let's go ahead and take a look at A. A is the correct answer. Let's go ahead and see why. Kept because it adds information about the purpose. Purpose and because, those are basically saying the same thing. So A is the correct answer. Let's see why B is wrong. Kept because it gives additional details of how Allen created the statue. Never says anything about how she created the statue. Does it say anything in here? No, it says it wants to show accomplishments. If you look at it real close, 15, pretty straightforward using Formula B. A is the correct answer for 15. Test 70G, English practice problem number 16. Number 16, we're going to go ahead and use the vacuum cleaner rule. Remember, in order to have your vacuum work, you have to plug it in to the wall. So that's exactly what we're going to do. There's a outlet. You got your vacuum cleaner and your cord. In order for the vacuum to work, you got to plug it into the wall. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take our answer choices here. We're going to plug them in here. We're going to read from the beginning of the sentence here to the end of the sentence here at the period. Then we're going to see which one sounds weird. It's important that you understand that this question is asking you which one is not acceptable. Whenever you see the word not, least, or except, go ahead and circle that, because that means there will be 3 correct answers that sound fine and one of them that will sound weird. Let's go ahead and get started here. So in the beginning, we're going to go ahead and plug in an important. Polaris, the star now almost directly over the North Pole, has played an important role in many mythologies and in the history of navigation. That sounds fine. Therefore, we can cross it out. Remember, we're looking for the one that doesn't work. Answer choice G, a prominent. Polaris, the star now almost directly over the North Pole, has played a prominent role in many mythologies. Prominent also works. Prominent and important are testing your vocabulary. They say basically the same thing. Answer choice H says an abundant means a lot of abundance. Polaris, the star now almost directly over the North Pole, has an abundant role of many mythologies. That sounds weird. That is the wrong answer. That's the right answer because it does not work. Let's take a look at J just for fun. It says a major. Polaris, the star now almost directly over the North Pole, has played a major role in many mythologies. That one also works. Remember, it's important that you circle the word not. You'll see that H is the correct answer for 16. Test 70G, English practice problem number 17. Number 17, we're going to go ahead and use the Formula B technique again. Remember how people write paragraphs. Topic sentence in the top, details to support your topic sentence below. Remember, the details are there to support it. Here is what we're asked in 17. If the writer were to delete the phrase star the sea and the parentheses from the preceding sentence, the sentence would primarily lose what? Let's go ahead, find 17's right here. It says star the sea. And then what do you see just before that? It says Stella Maris. Well, when I look at this, the only thing that I know is Stella. I know a girl named Stella. So it sounds like somebody's name, but it doesn't really, Maris, Stella Maris. It doesn't feel like it's English. You know why? Because it's not English. It's Latin. All right. Some of you probably noticed that already. When you come over here to the answer choices, the first thing that we can do is we can go ahead and underline the key words in the answer. It says an explanation. Is that an explanation of the importance? Star of the sea? Nope. That's no explanation. Answer choice B, it says a translation of the phrase of another language. Star of the sea means Stella Maris, means star of the sea. So B is the correct answer. Let's look at the other answer choices here. C says clarify the exact location. Right away when you see that, it doesn't say anything about the location, so that's off topic there. And answer choice D says the name of a specific caravan. No, it's basically just telling you what this means in Latin. So answer choice B for 17. Test 70G, English practice problem number 18. Number 18, we're going to use two rules. The first rule we'll use is structural clues, and the second rule we'll talk about is Formula B. Formula B, how people write paragraphs. You're asked to analyze and rearrange paragraphs. Quick overview of how you write a paragraph. Since we have to rearrange a paragraph, it's a good idea to know how you write one. topic sentence in the top followed by details. The job of the detail is to support your topic sentence. The middle section here is called the body. In an ACT passage, when you're in the middle of a paragraph, you will find these details that will have to support your topic sentence at the top. If you look at problem number 18 here, the underlined portion is right here. This is on the top of a page. It is not indented, so therefore this is going to be a detail or a continuation on from the paragraph above. We're going to need to go up to the top and back to the next page and take a look and see what they're doing in that paragraph. If you look here, here's the title of the passage, Polaris, not always the North Star. Our topic sentence says, Polaris, the star now almost directly over the North Pole, has played a significant role in many mythologies and in the history of navigation. This is our topic sentence. The detail we're asked to change is supposed to support that. The main subject in here is Polaris, the star that is above the North Pole. The second thing to note is this is the last sentence before we get to the sentence that we need to correct, so we're going to need to look at this one too. It says Polaris has been called the lodestar, the steering star, and Stella Maris, star of the sea. So now when we go down to problem number 18, we're asked to start this sentence. How would you start it? Well, first of all, you know that the sentence says this: finally, or people, or whatever choice you choose here, in ancient India believed it was the golden peg that held the universe together. The word it is talking about what? The word it relates all the way back up to the top of our topic sentence. And remember, our topic sentence talked about Polaris. So it, this is this sentence right here down at the bottom, is going to have to relate back up to Polaris. The sentence before never talked about India, so you can't start this sentence with finally. This finally, this would be a continuation on from the sentence above. See how that's just flat out wrong? F can be crossed out. Now we get to the structural clues part. Remember from our lecture on structural clues, you'll have structural clues that are either together or opposite. A structural clue that's opposite that we've seen before are called flip-floppers. But, yet, and however. You'll have part of a sentence, you'll have a flip-flopper like the word but, then you'll have another part of the sentence, and you know that the first part of the sentence and the second part of the sentence are going to go opposite of each other. I like to put pluses and minuses in there so you see that. Thomas got an A in chemistry class. Sounds positive. But now you know what comes after the word but is going to have to flip-flop and go to negative since this is positive. These structural clues are called opposite structural clues, and you could designate an O next to them. Nevertheless, this is a structural clue that would be opposite. Anyways is another structural clue that would be opposite. And the word people is just a continuation on talking about something else. So we have to see, are they switching from one to the other? If they are, that means that India is going to have to be mentioned in the sentence above. India is this, blank, India is that. So let's go back up and look at the sentence beforehand and see, are they talking about India? Polaris has been called the lodestar, the steering star, Stellus Malaris, star of the sea. It mentions nothing about ancient India, so you know that you cannot use a structural clue. So we can go ahead and cross out G, nevertheless, which is opposite. We can go ahead and cross out H, anyways. And F we've already crossed out. It's just a continuation on talking about Polaris and how it, or Polaris, was considered a peg holding the universe together by ancient India. 18, using formula B and structural clues will derive the correct answer of J. Test 70G, English practice problem number 19. Number 19, originally the way that I did this problem was using formula B. Remember, formula B is topic sentence at the top and details that will support below. Then I thought, you know what? We could make this a little bit easier. Do you remember Mr. Chung? Let's do a quick review. Mr. Chung's face has dashes for the eyes, commas for the nose, and brackets or parentheses for the mouth. Remember, what's between Mr. Chung's eyes, nose, and mouth all do the same thing. This is called non-essential information, and if you theoretically were to cross out what's between the dashes, between the comma splice, or between the brackets or parentheses, you would still have a complete sentence. It's non-essential information. That information will be leading back to the main subject just before the comma splice, the dashes, or the parentheses. So, if you look here, they're asking you if the writer were to delete the words so the stars could revolve around it. Here is what they're asking you to delete. What would happen? Well, come up over here and you see a dash. But notice that with Mr. Chung, we've only seen double dashes. But it's the same usage. What comes after the dash is more information about the main subject before. Single dashes will be used similar to double dashes. What's after the dash is more non-essential information. It's going to lead back to the subject. So if you look here, this part they want to delete is part of the non-essential extra information. So if we look to the beginning of the dash, we see the word world spike. So we know that this information here is going to give you more information about the world spike. Let's go ahead, keep that in mind as we look at our answer choices here. If we were to delete that, would we lose the method used to secure? Hammered into the sky so it could revolve around it. Maybe. B, an explanation of why the world spike exists. There you go. We're right on track. Exactly what we're looking for. Extra information. It's going to give you an explanation. Let's see why C is wrong. A description of the jeweled head. Jeweled head is off topic. And answer choice D says a suggestion of a breakthrough in astronomy. That's off topic as well. That can be crossed out. Let's go back to answer choice A and look at this one again. The method used. Never says the method. Here is a better thing. It's an explanation. Answer choice B is the correct answer for number 19. Keep in mind formula B, how you write a paragraph, but also Mr. Chung, when you see one dash, it's used in a similar fashion to double dashes. 19B. 70G, English practice problem number 20. Problem 20, we're going to use the tense rule. Remember, the tense rule says this. First of all, we have to locate problem 20. Here's the underlined section. We have to make this underlined section, it's either no change, which is here, or these answer choice you have to plug in to match the tense of the sentence. Beginning of the sentence is way up here, and the end of the sentence will be down here. So we have to match the tense of the sentence. How do you know it's a tense problem? First of all, if you look over here, you see noted. Both of these are past tense. And answer choice J says noting, which means present. Let's go ahead and take a look at answer choice F. F is ED, so F is past as well. So what's the difference between F, G, and H? Well, F is just one word. G and H are two words. Also, were is past plural. So we have to go back into the sentence and see what we're talking about. First of all, let's go ahead and read from the beginning. In the process of compiling the astronomical catalog, Hipparchus noticed that the stars had been seemingly shifted from position. Okay, so who noticed that? Hipparchus. That is one person. So we know right away that the word were will be crossed out because that's plural past. Let's go ahead and take a look and see what we see here. We see shifted. When you shift something, to shift or shifted. Shifted is past tense. The tense of the sentence is past. So right away we know answer choice J is out because ing is present. I am knocking. Doing it right now. Ing means present tense. So H and J are out. Now we're left with answer choice F and answer choice G. Answer choice F is just one word, and answer choice G is two. So I'm going to go ahead, plug in answer choice G, and plug in answer choice F. And if they both sound correct, I'll go with the shortest answer choice. That is using the razor blade technique. Let's go ahead and plug in answer choice F. In the process of compiling an astronomical catalog, Hipparchus noticed that the stars had seemingly shifted from position noted in Babylonian records from many centuries earlier. Sounds fine to me. Let's go ahead and take a look at G. G says, in the process of compiling an astronomical catalog, Hipparchus noticed that the stars had seemingly shifted from position, having noted in Babylonian records from many centuries earlier. That sounds weird by putting that extra word in there. One, it's going against razor blade, and two, it sounds weird. G can be out for two reasons. F will be the correct answer for problem number 20. Test 70G, English practice problem number 21. Number 21, we're going to use a couple different rules, but the main rule we're going to go over is the Mr. Chung rule. First of all, let's go ahead and do a review of Mr. Chung. Here is what Mr. Chung's face looks like. Eyes, which are dashes, nose, which is two sets of commas, or a comma splice, and Mr. Chung's mouth is parentheses or brackets. What's between eyes, nose, and mouth is called non-essential information. It's a parenthetical statement. That means if you take your pen or pencil and cross out what's between the dashes, you still will have a complete sentence when you read from the beginning to the end of the sentence. Likewise, in comma splices, 2 commas, cross out what's between the commas, that's extra non-essential information, you should still have a complete sentence, as well as 2 sets of brackets, what's between the brackets, non-essential information. Remember, what's between eyes, nose, and mouth has to be extra information. It's got to say something. Right away when you come over here, you know that doesn't really say anything. It just says called. It's got to give you more information. This is not more information, so right away that's bad usage. Get that out of there. So let's go on up here and take a look at no change. No change, there is a comma here, right? And then if you notice down here, there is a comma here. 2 commas look like Mr. Chung's nose. Remember, what's between Mr. Chung's nose is extra non-essential information, and therefore can be crossed out. If you take your pen or pencil, cross out what's between the comma splice, you should be able to read from the beginning of the sentence all the way down here to the end and have it still make sense. When you do that, you see that this is still a complete sentence. A wobbling of the Earth's axis and rotation causes the variation in its position. It's still a complete sentence, and therefore 21, the correct answer is going to be A, using Mr. Chung. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the other answer choices here. If you look at answer choice D, D says no punctuation. That means you're going to have to read from the beginning all the way up to here and see if you naturally take a breath somewhere in between. If you feel like you need to take some type of a breath, that means there needs to be at least some kind of a punctuation in there. Any type of punctuation gives your body an opportunity to go ahead and take a small little breath. D will be out because it feels like you need to take a breath. B, a quick review of a dot dot. A dot dot looks like a smashed equal sign. What's on the left of the dot dot will equal what's on the right. There's 3 ways to use this. Number 1 is a list, and in this case we do not see a list, so that's out. Number 2 is an explanation, and this is not giving you an explanation. And number 3 is a direct quote. And with a quote, you're going to have the quotation marks, the little hashes above the quote. I don't see quotation marks that look like this on both sides. So the dot dot is out. Now, if you're having a problem still, and you think that this might be an explanation, take a look at it again. It says called blah, 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 blah. That's not an explanation of what the Earth's axis of rotation is. So look at it real close. Make sure you understand that. 21, using Mr. Chung, is answer choice A. Test 70A, English practice problem number 22. In number 22, we'll use a combination of rules. The first thing we'll use is start off with the tense rule. You can identify, we'll use the tense rule here by looking at the answer choices and seeing that the tense of each one of the words cause, causes, causing, or caused changes. Caused with an ed, ed is past tense. ing, causing, is present tense, continually doing it. Then we're left with answer choice F and G, cause or causes. These 2 answer choices we will convert over to the PIGS rule. The PIGS rule, remember, is the subject-verb agreement. Pig's rule states plural goes with singular and singular goes with plural. Whenever you match the subject and the verb together, you're going to have them be opposite. The pigs, plural, make, singular. The pig, singular, makes, plural. Remember, match the subject and the verb together, and they will go opposite. P goes to S, plural to singular, and singular to plural. Let's go ahead, jump on in and see where we're at. Remember, always in ACT English, we'll read from the beginning of the sentence all the way down to the bottom. Here's a sentence. A wobbling in Earth's axis of rotation called precession causes or are causing this variation in position. First things first, when you come up here, the key word here is wobbling. Wobbling, you know right away, is present tense because it's ing. So we can go ahead and cross all the answer choices that are the wrong tense. Caused is out right away. Then the second thing you can do is when you go ahead and check answer choice H, H says are causing. A wobbling in Earth's axis of rotation called precession are causing this variation in position. That sounds weird to me, and therefore it can be crossed out. Usually when they're asking you the difference between plural and singular, the gist of the question will revolve around the pig's rule. Singular goes with plural. Subject-verb agreement, pig's rule. So let's go back up to our keyword here with the pig's rule. It's the word wobbling. Wobbling is singular in the Earth's axis. Wobbling of the Earth, there's only one Earth, so it's got to be singular. So that means the verb will be straightforward plural. That leads us to answer choice G. Now what we can do is we can go in here and remember Mr. Chung from 21. There's a comma here and there is a comma here, so that means this is extra information. Cross it out if you read from the beginning of the sentence and plug in. Let's just try F and see how it sounds. A wobbling in Earth's axis of rotation caused this variation in position. Sounds weird. Remember, subject-verb agreement along with tense will derive the correct answer for 22, which will be G. Test 70G, English practice problem number 23. Number 23 is a Formula B question. And in Formula B, what we're going to do here is keep in mind the funnel. You're going to rearrange the sentences based upon what you see in the paragraph. Here's how people write paragraphs. Topic sentence followed by details. Details will support the topic sentence, and usually this area will kind of funnel down. It will start broad and then get more specific. We're asked to take sentence number 5 and place it somewhere new in the paragraph. So we're going to have to go back up to the topic sentence and take a look and see what we see there. Let's go ahead and do that. When we scroll back to the top, you can see we have to go all the way back up to however. However, as the Greek astronomers, blah, 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 blah. Then we want to try and take sentence number 5 and put it in the paragraph where it makes the most logical sense. If you look at sentence number 5 is right here. A wobbling of the Earth's axis of rotation causes this variation in position. So there's a wobbling in the Earth's axis, and it's changing the position. So we have to come back up here in the paragraph and see where do they talk about changing of the position. Well, if you look here in sentence number 3, it says he concluded that it was not the stars that were just moving, but rather the position. So here is the word position and variation in the position. It says basically the same thing here. So what we're going to do is look for an answer choice. It talks about sentence 3, and there it is right there. If you see answer choice D, we'll say after sentence 3. Formula B for 23, correct answer will be D as in dog. Test 70A, English practice problem number 24. In problem 24, we'll use the razor blade technique. Remember, razor blade says simple is best. Also, if it says delete or omit, you always want to check these answer choices first, because a lot of times it could be the correct answer. We'll save a little bit of time. Most common type of problem on ACT English, razor blade problems. Let's go ahead and get started. First things first, since J says delete, we'll go ahead and start there. That means we're going to read from the beginning of the sentence all the way to the end of the sentence and omitting this part. As the Earth rotates like a spinning top, its axis traces a huge circle that takes 26,000 years to complete. That is the correct answer, because it's still a complete sentence when you cross out the underlined portion. The second thing is, here it says a spinning top. This is extra information about what a spinning top does. Rotates round, round, and round. That answer choice F can be crossed out right away. Twirls about. Twirls is the same thing as rotates. It's redundant for answer choice G. So that can be crossed out. And H says on its spinning axis. On its spinning axis, spinning is another word for rotates. So that is also redundant. 24, the correct answer will be J, using razor blade. Test 70A, English practice problem number 25. In 25, we'll go ahead and use the razor blade rule again. Remember, razor blade, simple is best. Also states that if there's answer choices that start with delete or omit, you always want to check those first. And periods. Period means two short sentences. A period, sentence, a period, or a comma. The better answer choice would be this one. A period in between two complete sentences. This comma here would be considered a run-on sentence. So let's go ahead and get started. If you look at answer choice A for 25, there is a period right here. That means there's a complete sentence. We have to go all the way back and read from here to here and spot check to see if that's a complete sentence. Remember, 24, the correct answer is J, so we will have to use that answer choice. That means this part is taken out. Let's get started and see if the first part is complete. As Earth rotates like a spinning top, its axis traces a huge circle that takes 26,000 years to complete. That is a complete sentence. We'll also label that with C. The second part here, we are going to read from here all the way down to here. See if that's a complete sentence. As a result, the North Pole's position in relation to the stars change. That is also a complete sentence, and therefore will be a complete sentence. To complete sentence, we said before, is better than having a comma splice, it's better than having a comma, and it's better than having just a long sentence. So 25A is the correct answer. 2 short sentences, kids, remember. Much better. It's easier to understand short sentence. 25A. Test 70A, English practice problem number 26. Number 26, we'll get started and we'll use the PIGS rule. PIGS rule, or the subject-verb agreement. Let's do a quick review. Whenever you have a plural subject, the verb will be singular. Vice versa, if you have a singular subject, the verb will be plural. Let's do a quick example. Let's talk about a pig. A pig is singular, makes a mess. One pig makes a mess. The verb will be plural. Singular pig, plural verb. On the other hand, if you have multiple pigs, the pigs, it's plural, make a mess. Remember, the rule is quite simple. Plural goes with singular, and singular goes with plural. All you need to do is go back in and find out what you're talking about. Here, in this case, we look at the word changes versus the word change. Right away, you know it's a PIGS rule problem. This G can be crossed out because of razor blade. That looks too long. And answer choice H has an ED, which means it's past tense. If you look at the sentence here, this tense of this sentence, as a result, the North Pole's position in relation to the stars change. There's no EDs, there's no could, would, should, there's no anything that suggests it's past tense. So you have to assume that this tense of this sentence is present. So we can cross out all the answer choices that are not present. H would be out, and G would be out. That leaves us with answer choice F or J, and now we have to use the PIGS rule to define whether it is a singular or plural subject. Let's come back in here. We're talking about, as the result, the North Pole's position. We have only one North Pole and only one position. So that means that's going to be singular. And of course, using the PIGS rule, it would be quite simple. That means that the verb will be plural. The North Pole position changes. So that will lead us to answer choice J. Remember the quick rule, PIGS rule, plural subject, the verb will be singular. If the subject is singular, then the verb will be plural. Plural goes to singular, singular goes to plural. Make sure that you commit this to memory by writing it down in your notes, the PIGS rule. There you have it, 26J. Test 70G English practice problem number 27. In problem number 27, we're going to go ahead and take a look at a bunch of commas here. And the way I did this problem was I did the Mr. Chung rule. So let's go ahead and draw Mr. Chung's face. Dashes, commas, and parentheses are all used in the same manner. What's between the dashes is a parenthetical statement. It's non-essential to the sentence. That means if you cross out what's between the dashes, the sentence will still be complete. Comma splice, what's between the two commas is non-essential information and therefore can be crossed out when you read from the beginning to the end of the sentence with the comma splice cut out. It should still work. The same thing applies for brackets or parentheses. If you come over here, let's start taking a look at some of the answer choices. First of all, answer choice A is the first one you should cross out. 3 commas in a row. According to the razor blade, simple is best. You'll never see that. That's just a bad answer choice. Then let's go down to D. D, there's a comma after the word no. So that means what comes after the comma, no, is a comma splice and can be crossed out. Astronomers now a star in the tail end of the constellation Drago. You see that that's an incomplete sentence. And you cross out this. This is considered essential information, so it can't be crossed out. The second thing is when you do cross it out, it becomes a nonsense part of a sentence fragment. It's not even complete. D can be crossed out. Answer choice C, there's a comma after the word no. Let's go ahead, clear the screen. Put our comma back in after the word no. Astronomers now know. Cross out what's between the commas. A star in the tail end of the constellation Drago is directly above the pole. That is a complete sentence, but this is actually essential information because you don't know what the star's name is. It says a star. The star happens to be this name, and the star happens to be at this particular time period. So this cannot be crossed out because it's essential information and should not be set off in commas. Make sure you understand that. What's between commas or a comma splice is non-essential information that leads you back to what they're talking about beforehand. This is essential and should not be set off by commas. Because of that, the correct answer is going to be B. Now, here's a tip for you. If you get confused with commas and get it down to 2 choices, you have a sentence, a comma, and a sentence, or just a sentence without anything. Razor blade says simple is best. Choose the least commas. Choose this one. When you get it down to 2, comma or no comma, and you're 50-50 on each one, choose the no comma, and you'll see this as we go through the videos as well. 27, therefore, is going to be answer choice B. Test 70A, English practice problem number 28. Number 28, we're going to go ahead and use the tense rule. The tense rule says this: whenever you see words in the answer choices such as been, will, was, and is, you're asked to match the underlined portion here to the tense of the regular part of the sentence here. So always read from the beginning of the sentence here to the end of the sentence. Cover up the underlined portion here with your finger and then see what tense the sentence is. 3,000 years from now, right away because of that, that tells us this is future tense. And answer choice no change is present so that's wrong. G says has been, that's past, so that will be wrong. Answer choice H says will be, that's future, that's the correct answer. And following this train of logic, we'll check answer choice J just for fun. It says was, and was is past tense. Using the tense rule, you can obviously, for 28, the correct answer will be H. Test 70A, English practice problem number 29. In practice problem number 29, we'll have to go through a few things here, including the ITS rule. So let's go ahead and do that. Quick review of what we learned in class. ITS means an animal or object with ownership. An example of this would be, its tail is black. Talking about a dog, and the dog owns its own tail. An object example would be, its leg is brown. Talking about a chair, and the chair owns its own leg, and the chair's leg is brown. Animal or an object with ownership or possession. IT apostrophe S, like this one, means it is. And the last one, ITS apostrophe, is no such thing. You need to commit this to memory. It should be the first one to cross out. No such thing. Let's jump on in and take a look at our answers. First of all, right away, based on what we just said, ITS apostrophe can be crossed out right away. There's no such thing. Then we jump on in and take a look at D. D says IT apostrophe S means it is. When we plug our answer in and say it is, from now on, kids, whenever you see IT apostrophe S, instead of saying it's, just say it is. Let's see what that sounds like. Over the 26,000 year cycle, numerous stars will take it is turn as the star. That sounds wrong, and if it sounds wrong, it is wrong. Then we're left with answer choice B and answer choice C. THEYRE is not there, it is they are. So now we're going to come back in here, plug that in, and see how that sounds. Over the 26,000 year cycle, numerous stars will take they are turn. Well, obviously that sounds wrong as well, and that can be crossed out. Remember, whenever you see it's or there, like these ones, just say what it really should mean. They are and it is, and then see how it sounds. If it sounds wrong, it is wrong. Answer choice C is the correct answer. THEIR, it means plural possession of people and or objects there. C is the correct answer for 29. Test 70G, English, practice problem number 30. Number 30, we're going to go ahead and use the Formula B technique. Let's go ahead and take a look at the question. Which of the following true statements, if added here, would best conclude the paragraph and the essay by explaining the statement in the preceding sentence? Formula B. What do? Keep in mind, Formula B deals with one paragraph. So we have to do a quick review of how to write a paragraph. Topic sentence at the top, details in the middle that will support your topic sentence. Now they're asking us for a conclusion. Conclusion is a restatement of your topic sentence. Not only it's gonna be stronger here, they're gonna make a personal opinion, support the opinion with details, conclude so it's stronger, tying in the details. So what do we need to do? If we're gonna find a conclusion here, we need to go and take a look at what the topic sentence is. Watch how easy this is, kids. You're gonna love this. Go all the way back up to the top, and here's what it says. As Earth rotates like a spinning top on its axis, it traces a huge circle that takes 26,000 years to complete. As a result, the North Pole's position in relation to the stars changes. We know that our conclusion has to say something about 26,000 year cycle. So let's just get a quick peek at our answers here. F says 26,000 years after they were created, they will again be accurate. Oh, 26,000. Right on topic here. Put a dot by it. Let's go ahead and take a look at G. G says the Babylonian records were not necessarily complete. Okay. That is not talking about our topic sentence. So cross that one out. Answer choice H says many of these records were compiled in Kidunu, who served as the director of an astronomical school of Babylon, the city of blah, 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 blah. That doesn't say anything about a 26,000 year cycle. That can be crossed out. J says Babylonian astronomers not only kept records, motion of the stars and planets, but they also developed detailed systems, rulers, and calendars. Totally off topic. Do you see that, kids? Your topic sentence and your conclusion should be pretty much restatements of each other. The only one that's even close, without even thinking about it too much, is answer choice F. Go ahead and take a look at that again if you have any questions about this. Remember, topic sentence, details, conclusion is a restatement, only stronger, of your topic sentence. There you have it. It's problem 3030F using Formula B. Test 70A, English practice problem number 31. Problem number 31, I originally started out and got the correct answer using the Gibbs theorem. The Gibbs theorem says this: read to the comma and stop. Ask yourself if that's enough information. But then, when I came back and I started making the video for this, it was a little bit harder to explain because sometimes the Gibbs rule didn't really make a whole lot of sense in answering the question. For example, I see that there's a dash here and then there's some commas. So to make it a little bit easier, what I did is I just converted over to a new rule, and I went over to the rule is called the Mr. Chung rule. And let's talk briefly about Mr. Chung, and we'll draw the picture of Mr. Chung that you've seen in class. Mr. Chung has two dashes for his eyes. His nose is two commas or a comma splice, and his mouth are parentheses or brackets. Remember, Mr. Chung, whatever is on his face is all the same thing. So that means the dashes, the commas, and the parentheses are used all in the same way. Now remember, the second thing about Mr. Chung is whatever is between dashes, commas, or brackets is considered non-essential information and therefore can be crossed out. I'm going to write it down. It's that important. Non-essential information. So that means what's between the commas can be crossed out. We're going to come over here and look in answer choice B. There's a comma after sister. So if you put a comma here after sister, you'll notice that there's a comma here at the word afternoon. So that means that this part right here would be a comma splice, just like Mr. Chung's nose. We could cross it out. Now read from the beginning of the sentence to the end. On summer afternoons, and I used to go to creek walks. First of all, it's an incomplete sentence. Second of all, the word sister is essential information and cannot be put in a comma splice like that. So right away, you know that B can be crossed out because that is a bad spot for a comma. With that same logic, you can go ahead and cross out D because that's the same thing right there. We're left with A and C. Now, letter C, there is a comma after the word I. So let's go ahead and clear the screen, and we'll use Mr. Chung again. This time, Mr. Chung, there is a comma after the word I. Put it in there. And then the comma here after afternoons. That is a comma splice. Remember, what's between the commas, according to Mr. Chung, is supposed to be non-essential information. And also, if you read from the beginning of the sentence here, starting with the word on, all the way down to the word walks, it should still be a complete sentence. On summer afternoons, used to walk, go, blah, 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 blah. You can see that that's an incomplete sentence as well. Number one. Number two, sister and I is essential information about what's going on this particular summer afternoon, and therefore cannot be crossed out. So, remember, when you see two sets of commas, cross them out, try and read the sentence from the beginning to the end. If it does not work, then you know that that is a bad spot for the comma. Using Mr. Chung, B, C, and D can be crossed out. That will leave us with the correct answer choice of A. 31A. Test 70A, English practice problem number 32. In problem number 32, we'll go ahead and use the razor blade rule. Remember, razor blade says simple is best. A couple things about the razor blade rule. If you see the word omit or delete at the bottom, always check that answer first. Watch out for words that are repeated, redundant, or use the same different words to say the same thing, testing your vocabulary. In this particular case, the way we'll use the razor blade is this. You're going to have a sentence, a comma, and another sentence, or you're going to have an option with a sentence, a period, and then they'll start a new sentence with the capitalization in the second part. Remember, razor blade says simple is best. It's easier to understand one short sentence and then say another short sentences. Two short sentences are always better than one long run-on. When you get into a run-on sentence, it's hard to understand what the main gist is. So remember, periods, check first because that's more like razor blade. In this particular case, for practice problem number 32, we go and find the underlined portion. Here, we see that in answer choice F, no change, there is a period. That means we're going to have to check and read from the beginning of the sentence starting up here, and then go to the second part and read here all the way down to here and see if it's a complete sentence. Let's get started with the first part. Starting near the barn, we'd slide down an embankment into a stream that bisected the family farm. That is a complete sentence. We'll label it with a C. The second part. The water ran clear and foot-numbingly cold. That second part is a complete sentence as well. Remember, two complete sentences joined together with a period are better than one long run-on. F is the correct answer using the razor blade. Remember, look for that period and check to see if there's a complete sentence on both sides. G is a run-on, H is a run-on, and J is a run-on sentence. 32 is F. Test 70A, English practice problem number 33. Number 33, they're really just going to ask you a Formula B type of a question and ask you to test your vocabulary. It says, which choice best conveys the idea that the foliage was hanging low? Which one of these answer choices says that the green shrub stuff on the tree was hanging low down towards the ground? When you come in here, you look at answer choice A. A says skipping. When you skip, when I skip, when I see my friends skip, you kind of bounce up and down in the air, which means if you're bouncing up and your head's not bumping into it, that doesn't seem very low, so I cross that one out. Walking, normally when I walk standing straight up, so that doesn't tell me it's hanging very low. C says vaulting. Vaulting is a Scooby-Doo for jumping, and when I jump, I am definitely going to jump high, so that means it's going to be opposite of hanging low. That's out. And ducking. When I duck my head underneath the screen porch, I'm going to take my head, duck down. That is a Scooby-Doo for hanging low. 33, answer choice D. Make sure you just basically follow the directions and look for a vocabulary word that suggests low. D for 33. Test 70A, English practice problem number 34. In number 34, we're going to go ahead and use the Formula B technique. Let's get started. Which of the following true statements, if added here, would most effectively continue the narration of what happened during the creek walks the sister took? So the first thing that we're going to have to do is we're going to have to go back up into the paragraph and see what's going on in the paragraph. So let's go ahead, scan back up to the beginning. First of all, the name of the title of the paragraph or the whole essay is called Creek Walks. So it looks like on summer afternoons, my sister and I used to go for creek walks. They'd walk down by the creek. They'd start at the barn, they'd slide down the embankment. They're doing something active. Blah, 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 blah. The water ran and foot numbing. So you can assume that these kids slid down the embankment. They took their shoes off, they put their feet in the creek and kind of walked along the creek. Set off, walking downstream with the current. Okay, dogs trotted on our heels, drinking from the pools and splashing through the shadows. Okay, so it looks like some kids basically just hanging out, playing around in the water. When you come back into 34, the whole paragraph is talking about being near the creek and playing in the creek and the water in the creek and the embankment and the dogs and so forth. So the answer that we're going to have to add here for the narration is going to have to say something about the water. So let's go ahead and jump in and look at the answer choices here. Answer choice F says, occasionally we pause to set a leaf afloat or watch minnows darting past. Darting past where? darting past them in the creek. This is actively doing something in the creek, and therefore that sounds like a good answer choice. It's the correct answer, F. Let's go ahead and take a look at the other ones, make sure that they're wrong. G says, both of the dogs had been part of our family for a long time. G is off on a tangent because it goes away from talking about the creek now just to talking about the dogs being part of the family. Remember, the whole paragraph is about doing something active and playing in the creek. So G is out. Answer choice H. At the time, we were both students in elementary school. That, once again, is a tangent and goes away from the main concept of playing and hanging out down by the creek. Let's take a look at J. J says, the creek ran north and south on our farm. Well, it's just talking about the creek in general. Remember, all the things that we've seen so far are kids playing and hanging around and doing stuff active in the creek. Therefore, 34, the best answer choice is answer choice F, because here is something active. They're floating a leaf down and they're watching minnows. It's something active in the creek. 34, F, using formula B. Test 70A, English practice problem number 35. Number 35, we're going to go ahead and get started with the dot dot or the colon. Let's do an explanation and define this. First of all, I see a dot dot. Dot dot to me looks like a smashed equal sign. Say that I have an equal sign here and I put it between two boards. I take my hands and push these two boards together. You would see that when the boards are pulled apart, the equal sign is now smashed into a dot dot or a colon. So that's a good trigger for us. A dot dot is used the same way an equal sign is. That means you're going to have something on the left that will equal something on the right. There's three ways to use a dot dot or a colon. The first one is a list of stuff. So on the left-hand side, let's do an example here. Thomas likes sports. So on the left-hand side here, the main thing that we have is sports in here. And then on the right, you're going to see a list of stuff. You'd see soccer, hockey, and football. Soccer, hockey, and football are all equal to sports. Number one is a list. Number two is an explanation. An explanation. They're going to say something on the left, and then they're going to give you an explanation on the right. Thomas likes soccer. Soccer is on the left. And then now on the other side of the dot dot would be an explanation of what that is. Soccer, dot dot, a sport played on a field. A sport played on a field is an explanation of what soccer is. And number three, finally, it's a direct quote. Remember, direct quotes have to have the quotation marks. On the left, you would have somebody saying something. Jimmy said, dot, dot, quotation marks. Ouch, the stove is really hot. When you come over here, we're going to look at this. They're going to adjust the tasks were unmistakable. And this is an explanation of why it was unmistakable. Because you can't have a mistake when you see that these perfectly formed little stone discs. This is an explanation. Therefore, we're going to need a dot dot in there. With that logic, we can cross out C and D. And now what we need to do is we need to see which one sounds better. Is it unmistakable or unmistakably perfect? perfect. Let's go ahead and read and see which one sounds better. But once our eyes had adjusted to the task, they were unmistakable. Perfectly formed little stone discs. Okay? Or, answer choice B, but once our eyes had adjusted to the task, they were unmistakably perfectly formed little round discs. You can see right away that B sounds weird. A is the correct answer. Remember, go ahead and look at this close on your own. You'll see that this here is an explanation of what they're talking about just beforehand here. Answer choice A for 35. Test 70A, English practice problem number 36. Number 36, we're going to use a couple different things here to derive the correct answer. Let's get started. First things first, when you look at answer choice F, no change, it says T-H-E-Y apostrophe R-E. This is short for they are. If you look at answer choice G, G says they are as well. So that means that F and G basically say the exact same thing. You can never have two answer choices on ACT that are correct. So if you assume that you can't have two correct answer choices, you have to assume, therefore, that both of them are incorrect. They can be crossed out as well. The other thing I wanted to point out real quick about apostrophe is T-H-E-Y-R-E is a contraction for they are, and this is informal language. So I'm really skeptical of using informal language. I will never put informal language in a contraction like that unless I see it somewhere else in the passage, in the non-underlined portion. I'm not talking about it's. I'm not talking about Carr's rule. I'm talking about just words like this. This is a contraction. So right away I see that in there and I say I possibly could use that if it was, because this is informal, I could use it here. But we know it's going to be wrong because G says the same thing. So both of those are out. Now it comes down to either answer choice H or answer choice J. First things first, a quick review of ITS from the ITS rule. ITS is an animal or an object with ownership. Let's use an animal, let's use a dog. Its tail is brown. The dog's tail is brown, but I'm saying its tail is brown. Dog owns its own tail. An object, its leg is black. I'm talking about the chair's leg. The chair owns its own leg. Animal or an object with possession. Now, when you see the word its tail, what? Its tail, the dog. It doesn't say the dogs. So this is actually going to be animal or an object with possession, but also it's going to be animal or an object with possession that's singular. Let's take a look at answer choice H. T-H-E-I-R means plural possessive. Their tails. I'm talking about the group of dogs over there, and they own their own tails. You can use this with animals, objects, or people as well. And here we're talking about their. Let's go back into the sentence and see what we're talking about. Outlines. And we are talking about these pebbles. So it's going to be plural. And a pebble owns its own outline. So the correct answer would be H. Plural. Possession. H for 36. Test 70G English practice problem number 37. Problem number 37 is a Formula B question. Formula B questions will deal with one particular paragraph where we're going to add or delete a sentence or rearrange a paragraph. Remember how we write our paragraph. Paragraph has a topic sentence at the top, details below, and the job of the detail is to support your topic sentence. Here, we're asked to take sentence number 6, which is right here, and sentence 6 starts off here. At first, they were hard to see. So I want to know what they were. And it tells us first. So I'm thinking right away we want to go back up to the topic sentence. When we go to the back to the top of this topic sentence here, it says, but our eyes had adjusted to the task. So at first, this was hard to see, but once our eyes adjusted, then they could do what they were looking to do. So you see the word first is going to lead us back to the top of this topic sentence here. You know that this is going to have to go here. You never start a sentence, a topic sentence here with a brand new paragraph with the word but. But is a flip-flopper. That means you're going to say something and then flip-flop to the other. I like hot dogs, but I never eat them. Okay, so you see how you're going to say something and then you're going to change your mind because of the flip-flopper. Here, there's nothing in front of it, so you're not flip-flopping from anything. So that would lead us to answer choice here. Sentence 6 should go before sentence 1. You see that? Let's take a look at our answer choices and see where we're at. Answer choice B says before sentence 1. That is the correct answer. Remember, Formula B questions, when you're asked to rearrange the paragraph, think of our paragraph, topic sentence followed by details. Details support the topic sentence. And also think of the funnel. Broad at the top and narrow as you go down towards the bottom. At first should be up here. The word but should be further down the funnel. 37, B is the correct answer. Test 70A, English practice problem number 38. Problem number 38, we're going to have to look around a little bit to get the answer for this one here. What we're asked to do is, 38 is right here, start a paragraph on a brand new page and continue on with what they're talking about. Blank, in Kentucky, these fossils were common. Okay, so if we choose answer choice F, growing up in Kentucky, these fossils were common. Just feels like that's not quite where we need to be. Answer choice G says, where we grew up in Kentucky, these fossils were common. This is a better answer choice here because we have fossils being in Kentucky, and it says where we grew up. Where is a place, and that place happens to be Kentucky. So that's a better choice than A. Let's go ahead and take than F. Let's go ahead and take a look at answer choice H. H says, living as children in Kentucky, these fossils were common. Doesn't really say anything specifically about where these fossils were. You see how G is just better? G says, where we grew up in Kentucky. It's not talking about Kentucky. It's talking about a very specific place. Here's Kentucky. Where we grew up, right here, these fossils are common. It's not talking about everywhere in Kentucky. It's talking about a specific place. Answer choice J says, having grown up in Kentucky, well, you know that's wrong right away. That just sounds weird, and it's missing the meaning of the sentence. If you're struggling with this answer choice here, I suggest whenever you see an answer choice at the beginning of a new page, you got to turn back and read the previous page. Go back and read that part down over here. Make sure you do that. You'll see that you're talking about these little stones and all that stuff here. So right away, they're very special stones. 38, G is the only one that makes them special. So G is the correct answer. Test 70A, English practice problem number 39. 39 is a sense question, and let me show you how we answer these questions. Sometimes I don't get a chance to teach all the kids these problems. Basically what you want to do in sense questions here is you're going to have an underlined portion here, and you're going to have to take this and you're going to have to move it around and make sure that you make the meaning match with what they're trying to say here. Let's read the question. The writer wants to stress the amount of geological time that has passed since the land farm is and was now underwater, assuming the capitalization and the adjustments, blah, 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 blah. They want to stress the amount of geological time, so about the farm. So when you come over here, the underlying portion here is eons ago. So where it is now, it says eons ago, what happened? My father taught us. So that doesn't say anything about stressing the geological time about the farm. See how that's wrong? The second one is after the word father. So my father, eons ago, taught us. So that's talking about the father teaching again a long time ago. That is not talking about the geological time of the land. So that would be out as well. After the word us. My father taught us eons ago. Well, that talks about a long time ago, the dad teaching the kids. Again, that doesn't say anything about the land and how old the land and geological time is. Let's take a look at the last answer choice, which is correct. Answer choice D. It says after the word that. My father taught us that eons ago our farm and everything around us had been covered in a tropical sea. So you see how that is the correct answer, because that makes the farm being underwater a long time ago. 39, the correct answer is D, using the sense technique. Test 70A, English practice problem number 40. In problem number 40, we'll use several rules here. Let's get started with the first one. We're going to use real quick here is we're going to test the dot comma. Remember, the dot comma is this. It's two complete sentences that are related. The trigger that we've learned in class is a banana and an orange. A banana and an orange are related because they're both fruits. So you're going to have two sentences that are related, but there's going to be a complete sentence on the left and a complete sentence on the right. And the reason we don't use a period here is because both of these sentences are talking about the same general category. They're related to each other. That's why we use the semicolon. So if you look at that, we're going to see answer choice F, test to see if there's a complete sentence. If you look, the second part, there is not a complete sentence. Animals that look like plants with brightly colored heads atop segmented stems. That is a fragment right there. So right away you can cross out answer choice F because the second part is an incomplete sentence. Now we're going to go ahead and we're going to check a dot dot. The definition of a dot dot is a dot dot looks like a smashed equal sign. If I were to take an equal sign and put it between two boards and compress the boards together, when I pull the boards apart, those two equal signs would now be smashed down to a dot dot. 3 ways to use a dot dot. 1 is a list of stuff. 2 is an explanation. And 3 is a direct quote. And you're going to use quotation marks for that. Your quote has to be longer than 5 words long, otherwise you could use a comma there. So remember, direct quotes they're going to be longer quotes, more than 5 words. If you come over here and take a look at this, the second part here, crinoids, this is an explanation of what a crinoid is. So the correct answer is going to be a dot dot explanation. 40, answer choice H. Test 70G English practice problem number 41. Number 41, I'm going to show you a couple of oddball techniques here to derive the correct answer. The first one is we're going to use something called formal logic. And if you take a class at the university or college of your choice and you take formal logic, you'll learn about this. This is called an if-then statement. If I punch you in the stomach, then you will get a belly ache. In order to get a bellyache, you have to have something happen first, which is called an antecedent. You have something, and then you will get a result. So using this logic here, we have the crinoids waving. After they wave, they sink. So this is the thing that they have to wave first before they sink. This is the result. That's the first way to do it. The second way to do it is just a basic definition of then and the word than. So whenever you're going to use the word then, this is going to relate to time. And whenever you're going to use the word than, is going to be more or less. So this is something you might want to write down in your notes along with this kind of couple of oddball things. There really aren't very many questions I've seen over the years on these questions, but it is what it is. If you look over here, we've got to read from the beginning of the sentence all the way down to the end of the sentence here. And when you do that, it says, I imagine the crinoids waving in the current, then sinking into the sediment, eventually turning into. So you can see that this deals with time. So the correct answer is going to be then, for several reasons. 41, A is the correct answer. Test 70G English practice problem number 42. Number 42 will use the structural clues technique. Remember, structural clues are words that suggest a change. Otherwise, on the contrary, and whether. These are structural clues. Remember, structural clues can be categorized as either opposite or together. Opposite structural clue you've seen before, flip-floppers, but yet, however, otherwise, although, on the contrary, whether, the, so forth. And together, structural clues would be, for example, for instance, moreover. They're going in the same direction. You'll have a sentence, a structural clue, and then you'll have another sentence. You have to analyze how the sentences are related together. They either go in the same direction together, or they go in the opposite direction. Remember, I like hot dogs. For example, I like spicy hot dogs made in Kentucky. That is talking about liking hot dogs. You could use the good stinky rule and put plus plus. Like hot dogs and like hot dogs in Kentucky. So they're both going in the same direction. Opposite structural clues would be opposite, and you would have to do the good stinky rule would be plus minus or minus plus, and therefore. So if you look over here, if you read the sentence over here, I imagine crinoids waving in the current, then sinking into the sediment, eventually turning into limestone. You've got these little stones turning into limestone. And then now the second sentence says, the fossils were plucked from the creek where pieces of the ancient stems were frozen in time. That right away does not say opposite. They wave in, then they sink, and then now they're being plucked out. They don't go opposite. So right away you know that F, G, and H are out right away because they're not structural clues that are going opposite. An example of if this sentence said something opposite of this up here, then it would be a different story. I imagine crinoids waving in the current, then sinking into the sediment, eventually becoming limestone. On the other hand, sometimes when they sink into the sediment and don't turn into limestone is when there's an ice age freeze over. So you see how it's turning into limestone and not turning into limestone. That's how you would use the structural clues that are opposite. In this case, we're just going to go with the plain simplest answer choice, J, the word the. 42, J is the correct answer. Test 70G English practice problem number 43. 43, we're going to use the vacuum cleaner rule. Remember, the vacuum cleaner rule says plug it in and see how it sounds. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take this answer choice here and we're going to plug that in. These answer choices, plug them in and say in time and see how it sounds. Freezing in time, how does that sound? B says freezed in time, how does that sound? C says frozen in time, how does that sound? And D says frozen time. Which one sounds the best out of the answer choices? When you do that, it's frozen in time. Freezed in time, freezing in time, those are really sounding weird, and frozen time seems like there's just not quite there. Close, but not quite. C is the correct answer when you use the vacuum cleaner. Plug it in, see how it sounds. 43C. Test 70G English practice problem number 44. Number 44 is a not question. So whenever you read the question, which of the following alternatives to the underlined portion is not, make sure that you circle the word not. If you see the word least or except, also circle those words. That means that 3 of the answer choices will sound fine. You're looking for the one that sounds weird. What we're going to do is take our answer choices here, plug them into 44, read from the beginning of the sentence to the end, and see how it sounds. The fossils fascinated us, both because of the span of geological time. To me, that sounds fine. Plug in F, stride. The fossils fascinated us, both because of the stride of geological time. That sounds weird, and therefore that will be the correct answer. You're looking for the one that is not acceptable. Let's double check the other answer choices down here. It says amount. Fossils fascinated us because of the amount of geological time that represented. That sounds okay, and therefore we're looking for the one that's wrong. That's out of there. Period. The fossils fascinated us both because of the period of geological time that represented, period. That sounds fine as well. And let's go ahead and take a look at answer choice J, length. The fossils fascinated us both because of the length of geological time. That sounds fine as well. Remember, stride sounds weird, and that is what we're looking for, the one that does not work. 44 is F. Make sure you circle the word not, except, or least whenever you see it in the question stem to assure you will get the correct answer. Don't be sloppy, kids. 44F. Test 70G English practice problem number 45. Number 45, we're going to go ahead and use the Gibbs theorem using commas, and also we'll take a look at the definition for a dot dot here. Dot dot, let's get started with that. Definition of a dot dot or colon, it acts as an equal sign. If I were to take an equal sign here, put it between 2 boards, smash the 2 boards together, pull the boards apart, I would see that now the equal sign is compressed down into something that looks like a colon. That means you're going to have a sentence here, a colon or dot dot, and then on the right, this and this will equal each other. There's 3 ways to use it. Number 1, you're going to see a list of stuff. Thomas likes sports. Sports is on the left of the dot dot. Then you'll see a list of sports. Soccer, football, and baseball. Soccer, football, and baseball equal sports. Number 1 is a list using the colon. Number 2 is an explanation. Thomas likes football. Football is on the left, and on the right there will be an explanation. Thomas likes football, dot dot, a sport played on a field. A sport played on a field is an explanation of football. And finally, number 3 is a direct quote with quotation marks. This direct quote has to be a little bit longer. It should be more than 5 words long. So long direct quotes with quotation marks. Jimmy said, dot dot, ouch, the stove is really hot when I touched it. Ouch, the stove is really hot when I touched it is equal to what Jimmy said. It's a long quote. Those are the 3 ways to use a dot dot. If you look over here, there's a dot dot in answer choice A, no change. And what they're trying to make it think here is necklaces and bracelets. Is that a list of stuff? No, it isn't, because it talks about the beginning of the sentence. We strung them like beads or buttons onto thread to make. That is not a list of threading it to make. It's just weird. Remember, the list of stuff is Thomas likes sports, dot dot, soccer, football, and hockey. That would be a better usage. Look at it real close and make sure that you see that that is not a list of stuff that they're talking about stringing on a thread. A is out. With that same logic, we can cross out D because it says on the left, to, onto thread 2. Is this a list to make thread? No, it isn't. Is it an explanation of the thread? No, it isn't. It's used incorrectly. Look, it's a very, very subtle differentiation. A and D are incorrectly used using the dot dot or the colon. Let's go ahead and take a look at the next rule we'll use is the Gibbs theorem. The Gibbs theorem says this. You're going to read up to the comma, stop, and ask yourself if that's enough information. So we're going to go ahead, let's start with answer choice C. C says there's a comma after necklaces. So it says we strung them out like beads or buttons onto thread to make necklaces. So that means that this is one complete idea and now this is a new idea. Well, you know it's not a new idea because the word and bracelets. Bracelets needs to go with necklaces, and so that violates the Gibbs rule. Make sure that you read up to the comma and stop. Gibbs says one idea and then a new separate idea. You know that the first part will actually work because it is one idea, but the second part is not a new idea. It's a continuation. So make sure that you look at both sides of the comma before you decide on the Gibbs theorem. C is incorrect. Answer choice B will be the correct answer for 45. Test 70G English practice problem number 46. Number 46, we're going to use the razor blade, and the razor blade says simple is best. So right away when I look at my answer choices, my eyes are attracted to J. Let's start with J, read from the beginning of the sentence to the end, and see how that sentence sounds when we use the word traveling. In the late 1800s, traveling west of the Mississippi River by train meant heading into a region still rough around the edges. That is a complete sentence. That is the shortest answer choice, and therefore that is the best answer choice. H adds in one more word, by, and is unnecessary. G is too long, and F is also too long as well. When you talk about traveling, you assume that people are traveling here. J is the correct answer for 46. Test 70G English practice problem number 47. In number 47, we're going to use the formula B technique here. It says which choice most clearly maintains the sentence pattern the writer is attempting to establish in the specific examples. So if you find 47 here, here's the underlined section here, and this is what the sentence says. It says people traveled west of the Mississippi by train that meant heading into a region that was still rough around the edges. The train was rigid. There's the subject here and then the verb. The weather was harsh. The subject and the verb. The sentences are fairly short. Now we need to find the main subject. Here it says rigid were the train seats. The subject here is train seats were rigid. It's the verb followed by the subject. So you can see that no change is not going to work. That doesn't follow the same pattern. Remember, we're looking for the pattern that the author has used throughout this essay here in this particular paragraph. So let's go over here. It says train seats were all well known for being rigid. Very, very long sentence compared to what you see over here. That can be crossed out. Too long. And answer choice C. C says rigid train seats were the norm. And D says train seats were rigid. This closer, but D is the best choice because it gives you the subject and then the verb to follow. This one, it's talking about train seats, but rigid is before train seats. So you see how that kind of flip-flops things around what you see up here. D is the correct answer for 47 using Formula B, rearranging sentences in a paragraph. Test 70G English practice problem number 48. In problem number 48, we're going to use the Formula B technique, which says, keep in mind we're dealing with one particular paragraph. Topic sentence followed by details is how you write a paragraph. The details should support your topic sentence. Here's what the question says. Which of the choices effectively gives one possible explanation for the fact that eating houses began to appear whenever trains stopped? Which one gives you an explanation? Why? Why are all of these eating houses starting to appear? Give me a reason why they're appearing. F says, then suddenly one day. Is that a reason why eating houses popped up? No. Go ahead, cross it out. Doesn't answer the question. G says, in spite of this discomfort, is that a reason why eating houses appeared? No. Answer choice H. As rail travel increased. The more people traveled by rail, the more people there were on the trains, the more people that were riding the trains, the more need there was for eating houses. H is the correct answer. That is an explanation or a reason why eating houses appeared. Let's take a look at answer choice J, which is also incorrect, and see why. Within a short time, is that an explanation or reason why eating houses would appear because of a short time? No. H is the best answer using problem 48, Formula B. Test 70G English practice problem number 49. In problem number 49, we're going to go ahead and use the CARS rule. Let's do a quick review of the CARS rule. Number one, the first thing that we're going to need to remember is the mini name tag. The mini name tag suggests that whenever you see an apostrophe, it looks like a mini name tag. If you look up here, that looks like a mini name tag. If you were to turn it sideways and blow it up, it would look like this. I would write my name on this mini name tag and put this in my book bag so everyone would know that it's my possession, that I own it. So whenever you see a mini name tag or an apostrophe, know there's ownership. When you identify here, in order to understand if there's ownership or not, you have to look to the right of the mini name tag to see if there's ownership. Does an engine own its own water supply? The answer would be yes. So first of all, you answered the question of the mini name tag as yes or no, possession or not. The second thing that we have to do is use what's called the finger rule. And the finger rule says this: whenever you see a mini name tag, go ahead, take your finger and cover up the mini name tag. Then look to the left. So for example, say that this little pencil is my finger. I cover up the mini name tag and I look just to the left. And I look to the left and see that I have engines. That's plural. And the mini name tag suggests there's possession. Plural possession. Then I have to look around in here and see, are they talking about multiple engines that own their own water supply? We already said that there will be possessions because engines own their own water supply. But how many engines are on here? It's talking about eating houses appeared wherever trains took place to replenish engines. So we know that on a train, in the front, there will be one engine. Boxcar and all that stuff behind. There's one engine. So we know that this is plural possession, and therefore will be incorrect. So answer choice A is plural possession, and we really need to have singular possession. Let's go ahead and take a look at answer choice B. A water supply for the engines. This is plural possession. That will be wrong for the same reason as answer choice A. When you come down over here and see, there is no mini name tag here, and therefore there is no possession. Well, we already know an engine possesses or owns its own water supply, so that is wrong because there is no possession in this one when we need it to have possession. That is wrong. Answer choice D is the correct answer. There is mini name tag here. We look to the right. Water supply. An engine owns its own water supply. So there's possession. And how many engines are there? We cover up with the finger rule, cover up the mini name tag, look to the left of the mini name tag, and you see that there is one engine owning its own water supply. And that is the correct answer. 49D, doing a quick review of the CARS rule. Remember, the two components of the CARS rule: mini name tag, then look to the right, is there possession or not, and then the finger rule, look to the left and see how many objects there are. 49D. Test 70G English practice problem number 50. Number 50, please take a note here. We're going to go over some information. Chances are pretty high we didn't get a chance to go over it in class. It's a small rule, the difference between then and than. What I'd like you to do is commit this to your notes, make a 3x5 note card, and put it in your Genius box. THEN deals with time, and THAN deals with more or less. More or less. Go ahead, commit this to memory. And let's go ahead and answer the question. First of all, we read from the beginning of the sentence as usual up here with these all the way to the end of the sentence, which is here at tense. These eateries were often blank, 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 ramshackle sheds or hastily erected tents. Well, we're not dealing with time, so that means answer choice F, THEN, can be crossed out. No time involved here, so F is out. And G, THEN as well. Not time. We're left with answer choice H or J. Now we're going to convert over and use our ears, read, and see which one sounds better. Now, kids, Some of you are thinking razor blade, shorter is better. Let's go ahead and read them, spot check both of them. Don't just go for the shortest one. Go and read and see how they sound. Let's go ahead, plug in answer choice J and see how that sounds. These eateries were often, least than, ramshackle sheds or hastily erected tents. To me, that sounds weird. Cross it out. Take a look at answer choice H. H says little more than. These eateries were often little more than ramshackled sheds or hastily erected tents. H is the correct answer, using the then rule and then converting over to your ears. 50H. Test 70G English practice problem number 51. Number 51 states, given that all the choices are true, which one offers the most effective transition from the preceding two paragraphs to the rest of the essay? What we'll have to do is we'll have to scan on up to the top and look at the preceding two topic sentences for those paragraphs. Then we'll have to look at the paragraph below and see which one of those answers is going to mend the gap between them. If we go up two paragraphs, we see that the topic for the title here is Wild West, White Linens. In the late 1800s, people who traveled west of the Mississippi River by train meant heading into a region still rough around the edges. This paragraph is talking about how it's the wild, wild west. There's not a lot going on there. It's hard seats, running around, no place to eat, probably not very good bathrooms, and so forth. Coming to the next paragraph here. The next paragraph starts talking about having that roughness of the Wild West go away, because all of a sudden now more people are traveling by train and these little eating stops or eating shacks or houses are popping up. So when the train stops to replenish its water supply, now people are able to get off the train, get something to eat, whereas before they'd have to stay on the train and just wait for the engine to cool down and replenish the supplies. Now they have somewhere to go, something to do, get off the train and grab something to eat. Then, in the next paragraph, it starts talking about a man, Harvey, who had a talent and was ambitious to make a chain of restaurants located right where the train stops. So we have Wild West, we have trains stopping to replenish, and then now we have inside here, Harvey. Let's go ahead, fill the gap in. Answer choice A says 1901, Harvey was the son who took over the company. That doesn't give you background information about Harvey dealing with the restaurants. It just says took over the company. This is pretty hazy in here, and you can cross that one out. If you look at answer choice B, and B is the correct answer here, B says, then the entrepreneur, Fred Harvey, stepped into the scene, and what did he do? He came in and made a chain of restaurant houses. That's the correct answer. That fills the gap between the rough Wild West, train stops, and now Harvey's Eateries. Let's take a look at the other answer choices to see if anything is better. C says there were 47 Harvey House restaurants open in 1902. That doesn't bridge the gap. That's actually going kind of off topic, actually. Let's take a look at the last one here. Answer choice D says in 1835 Fred Harvey was born in London. That doesn't have anything to do with bridging the gap of the chain of restaurants and the stopping of the train. B is the correct answer. Remember, make a transition. You're going to have to go back and look at your topic sentences for the paragraphs and then link them together using your answer choices. 51B. Test 70G, English practice problem number 52. Number 52, we're going to go ahead and use the tense rule here along with our ears. So the first thing that we're going to do is this. Let's go ahead and look at the tense here. I know it's a tense question problem because I see growing, ing, which means present, continually doing it. Would grow is future. Could have grown. The word grown overrides could. So grown is past tense. And no change says to grow, which is future. We read the sentence starting out with, out of Harvey's talent and ambition, blank, the Harvey chain restaurants. So what came out of his talent and of his ambition? Something came out of it that was future tense. So you know it's going to be future. If you use your ears, we'll try that in a second here, you're going to see that answer choice J is wrong for two reasons. One, it's the wrong tense, but also it sounds weird. Out of Harvey's talent and ambition, growing the Harvey chain house of restaurants. This sounds weird. Go ahead, take a look at the rest of the answer choices here. G is past tense, sounds grown, and also it's longer, so I'm kind of skeptical of thinking razor blade. Let's plug it in, see how it sounds. Out of Harvey's talent and ambition, could have grown the Harvey chain restaurants. That totally puts the wrong spin and sounds weird. This answer choice is definitely wrong. Take a look at F. F says to grow, future. Out of Harvey's talent and ambition, to grow the house chain, blah, 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 blah. That isn't even a complete sentence and sounds weird when you plug it in. That is wrong. Answer choice H for 52. Let's plug it in, see how it sounds. Answer choice H says would grow. Out of Harvey's talent and ambition, would grow the Harvey House chain of restaurants. That sounds the best. It's the correct tense, and therefore 52 will be H, using your ears technique and a little bit of tense rule as well. 52H. Test 70G, English practice problem number 53. Practice problem number 53, we're going to use the razor blade technique. The razor blade technique, once again, the most common, most frequently used rule in ACT English. Simple is best. Trying to stay away from long, wordy answer choices. Right away, when I look at 53, I'm already attracted right away to answer choice D. D just says the word only. Now, we come over here, we find 53 right here, and let's start with the shortest answer choice. We're going to plug in only in here, read from the beginning of the sentence here, starting with only, all the way to the end of the sentence. Number one, we have to check to make sure it is complete. Let's go ahead and do that. Complete sentence. Only the Santa Fe Railroad would offer passengers hot, savory meals served in elegant style. That is a complete sentence, and therefore will be the correct answer. 53, using razor blade. The reason C is incorrect is because of result. In order to have a result, you have to have something happen in the beginning. Result is kind of like a Scooby-Doo for conclusion. Also, that's changing the wording of the sentence, what they're trying to get at. Answer choice B says the same thing, result, and answer choice A has resulted. So those are all wrong. You don't need that in there. Simple is best. D is the best answer for 53 razor blade. Test 70G English practice problem number 54. Number 54, we're going to go ahead and use the Mr. Chung rule. Mr. Chung rule, let's do a quick review. Here's Mr. Chung. His eyes, 2 dashes, his nose, 2 commas, and his mouth, 2 brackets or parentheses. Remember, everything on Mr. Chung's face is used the exact same way. 2 dashes, 2 commas, and 2 parentheses. They're all the same way. Here is how they're used. What's between the dashes is non-essential extra information that lead you back to the subject just before. What's between commas, comma splice, is extra non-essential information that leads you back to the main subject that you presented before the comma splice. And what's between the brackets, extra non-essential information, again, leading you back to the main subject. If it is non-essential extra information, we can go ahead and take our pen or pencil and cross out what's between the dashes, the commas, and the brackets, and the sentence theoretically should still stand on its own. It should still be a complete sentence. The second thing is what's between that has to be non-essential. You cannot cross out information that is essential. Let's go ahead, jump on in, and take a look at the answer choices here. If you look at answer choice G, which is the correct answer choice, you'll see that it's Mr. Chung's eyes. It's 2 dashes. There's a dash here, and there's a dash here. That means that what's in the middle here, dubbed the Harvey Girls, as extra non-essential information about the main subject just before. What comes just before is young women. Is this extra non-essential information? Dubbed as the Harvey Girls. Young women, dubbed as the Harvey Girls. It's extra non-essential information. Let's get it out of there if it's non-essential. We cross it out with our pen or pencil. Then we're going to read from the beginning of the sentence up here all the way down to the end of the sentence here with this information crossed out, dubbed as the Harvey Girls. A cadre of young women served guests quickly and cordially. It's a complete sentence when you cross out the extra information what's between Mr. Chung's eyes. Non-essential information. G is the correct answer. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the other answers to see why they're wrong. H, there are 2 dashes again. The Harvey Girls is indeed extra non-essential information, but now there's a twist because young women dubbed is part of the extra non-essential information. So this is a bad place for this. Needs to be right here. That's why G is correct. Dubbed is part of the non-essential information. That's why H is incorrect. If you look at answer choice J has got a 1 dash here. So that means what comes after the dash is more information about what comes before it. So the Harvey Girls is served guests quickly and cordially. Is that more information about the Harvey Girls? Well, it is. But that's going off the track of what we're trying to really post here. What we're really trying to post is that the Harvey Girls is extra information about the young women. So you see how this is kind of getting our wires crossed here. J is out. You can see why. Take a look at answer choice F. F has got 1 dash here, dubbed as the Harvey Girls served. This is essential information, served guests quickly. This is information that we need and is not part of the non-essential part. So you can't have that together with this part of the dash. That's why F is out. 54, G is the correct answer. Test 70G English practice problem number 55. Number 55, we're going to do a quick overview of the dot comma rule. The dot comma rule, remember we learned in lecture, it looks like a mini orange and a banana. It's 2 complete sentences that are related. First thing to do is check to make sure there's a complete sentence on both sides and that both of these sentences are somehow going to be related. Let's do a quick example. Susie likes soccer, complete sentence, dot, comma. Billy likes football. Billy likes football, complete sentence. Soccer and football are related because they both talk about sports. It's the general category. Let's go ahead, check answer choice B, which is the correct answer here. Harvey believed the term waitress implied servitude. That is a complete sentence. His staff would offer gracious hospitality. That is a complete sentence. How are they related? Servitude, it's all about serving, and you're being gracious when you do it, and you have hospitality is another word for serving in a nice way. So they're two complete sentences. They're both related together because it's about serving the customer. B is the correct answer for 55. Let's go ahead and take a look at why C is wrong. C is just a regular comma in there. Well, if the first part is a complete sentence and the second part is a complete sentence and you link them together with a comma, it would work, but ACT doesn't really like that because that's called a run-on sentence, so we can cross that one out. Answer choice A says not. If you read from the beginning of the sentence, it changes the meaning of the sentence. Harvey believed that the term waitress implied servitude, not his staff would offer gracious hospitality. Just sounds weird. It's nonsense, actually. Cross that one out as well. And D, there is no punctuation in there, which means you have to read from the beginning of the sentence to the end without taking a breath. Let's go ahead and try that. Harvey believed the term waitress implied servitude. His staff would offer gracious hospitality. Did you see how I naturally kind of took a little mini, like, half breath in there? That tells me that there's got to be some kind of punctuation in this area here, so we know that that's not right. Punctuation is an opportunity for your body to take a small breath. Pause and take a small breath. 55, therefore, it will be B. Test 70G English practice problem number 56. Problem number 56 is a Formula B question. Here's what it reads. The writer is considering revising the underlined portion to the following: roast pork, applesauce, asparagus, mashed potatoes, and peaches. Here is 56 right here. And before, it just said meat, vegetables, and dessert. And what are they talking about? Incredible food. So should we make this revision? What do you think? Does this sound like incredible food, meat, vegetables, and dessert? To me, that just sounds boring. But if we change it to this and make it more visual, so you can actually see that meat is roast pork, applesauce, asparagus, that sounds like expensive food, mashed potatoes, and peach pie. That sounds more incredible to me. So the answer is, should we revise this? Yes, we should. That means H and J can be crossed out right away. Let's go ahead and take a look at the two answers that say yes. F says yes because it makes the comparison in the sentence more vivid. More vivid, more visual. For what? Incredible food. That is the correct answer because it does make it more vivid. G says this. Yes, because it helps explain why the meals cost so little. That's actually opposite. Asparagus is expensive food, and here that doesn't say anything about low cost. So G is out right away. The correct answer, 456, is F. Test 70G, English practice problem number 57. Number 57, we're going to go ahead and use the razor blade rule again. Remember, razor blade rule says, number 1, simple is best. Number 2, razor blade says, don't be redundant. You don't need to use vocabulary words that say the same thing. Don't be repetitive. Don't be redundant. And 3, whenever you see the word delete or omit, check those first, because chances are that tends to be the right answer. We can save some time by checking those answer choices first. And the answer choices right away, when we look over here, we see that D is the shortest answer choice. Keep an eye on it. We'll read from the beginning of the sentence, starting up here with in fact, all the way down to the bottom here on the next page. We'll plug in our answer choice. Here's what it says. In fact, the first known use of the expression blue plate special, indicating blank, complete, inexpensive meal served on an actual blue plate, blah, 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 blah. The word inexpensive here is redundant with bargain cost. That says the same thing. It's redundant. We're going to put an R next to A for redundancy and cross it out. B says low cost. Well, we already see inexpensive and low cost say the same thing, so that can be crossed out. It's redundant again. Answer choice C says affordable. Affordable and inexpensive say the same thing. That can be crossed out. It is also redundant. Vocabulary words that mean the same thing. A is the correct answer. Short and simple. The correct answer using razor blade. 57D. Test 70G, English practice problem number 58. 58 states, when revising the essay, the writer is considering whether the parenthetical phrase should be deleted. Which of the following sentences best explains the function of the underlined portion? Parenthetical phrase. That reminds me of one of our rules. Think, kids. Which one talks about a parenthetical statement or parenthetical phrase? You guessed it, Mr. Chung. Anything that's between dashes, commas, or brackets is non-essential information that will lead you back to the main subject here. It's giving you like a explanation. So we already know what this does based upon Mr. Chung here. It says served on an actual blue plate. That is more information about this low-cost meal, which is called a blue plate special. Let's go ahead and take a look up here at one of the let's take a look at the answer choices. F, it provides a comparison between Harvey's House menu in 1892, the food being served at the restaurant today. It's wrong. G says it offers a partial explanation for the expression. Partial explanation, it's another way of saying non-essential information about the main subject of blue plate. G is the correct answer, and we're thinking Mr. Chung on that one. 58G. Test 70G, English practice problem number 59. In problem number 59, we'll use the Formula B technique. This is kind of an oddball question. It's asking us to divide this particular paragraph in two. The first part of the paragraph is going to talk about the decor and service. The second part of the paragraph, which will be a new paragraph, is going to talk about the meals. Let's go in and take a look at where the best place to divide this paragraph would be. Let's go back up to the paragraph. We'll have to flip back to page 10. Sentence number 1 talks about food, and it talks about tables and white linen, which is part of the decor. Sentence number 2 talks about the plates, which is part of the decor. Sentence number 3 talks about the service girls, which is part of the service. Sentence number 4 talks about waitress and the term of waitress, as well as the staff, which deals with the service. The food, here's the tricky part. Now, in sentence 5, we introduce the food. So we're talking about the decor versus the particular meals. This never talks about meals, and the incredible food is actually part of the decor. So this is starting to get into that shaky area. Let's take a look at sentence 6. 6 talks about specific meals, stew, meat, vegetables, desserts, and so forth. The best place, therefore, would be to break the paragraph off here after sentence 5, before sentence 6. Another clue to tell us that this would be a good spot is sentence 5 starts with the word and. So, and incredible food must go with the first part here, which is gracious hospitality, which is based off of the service. So you can see, because of that word, that would give you even more of a hint that the best place to divide this paragraph would be after sentence number 5, before sentence 6. Let's go back to our answer choices for problem 59. And when you look at the answer choices, you see the best place to begin the new paragraph would be at the beginning of sentence number 6. 59, C is the correct answer. Test 70, G, English, practice problem number 60. Practice problem number 60 is the ITS rule. Let's go ahead and do a quick review of the 3 different types of ITSs you'll see on ACT test day. ITS means an animal or an object with ownership. Let's do a quick example. Let's pick a dog. A dog is an animal. Its tail is black. Its refers to the dog. The dog owns its own tail. Animal or an object with ownership. Object. Let's talk about a chair. Its leg is brown. The chair owns its own leg, and therefore chair is an object. Possession, animal, or an object. It's ITS apostrophe. This is something right away you should go ahead and cross out, because there is no such thing. They're trying to confuse you with the CARS rule, so no such thing. Cross that one out. And the last one is ITS and an apostrophe after it. IT apostrophe S. It's short for it is. From now on, whenever you see IT apostrophe S, just simply say it is, and the answer will fall in your lap. If it sounds right, it is right. If it sounds wrong, it's wrong. It's as easy as that. Let's go ahead, jump on in to practice problem number 60 and take a look at F. F says ITS. It's an animal or an object with ownership. Let's go ahead and read from the beginning of the sentence and see where we're at. It says, still, whenever a roadside diner advertises Blue Plate Special, irrespective of the actual color of the plate, it's invoking Harvey's dinner philosophy: good food at a reasonable price. Is this plate own invoking? Does the plate own invoking? No, it doesn't. That's an incorrect usage of ITS. Seems weird. Let's go ahead and take a look at the next one. The next one is IT''S, which stands for it is. Irrespective of the actual color of the plate, it is invoking Harvey's dinner philosophy. That's the correct answer. Just simply say it is. Things will fall into your hands. 60, the correct answer is J. F, we already saw, is wrong. G is a definition. THERE is a place. And you see right away that this isn't talking about a place there. And THEIR is people, animals, or places with possession, but also it's plural. So that is used incorrectly as well. Once again, 60 is J using the its role. Test 70G, English practice problem number 61. Number 61 is a Pig's Rule problem. Let's do a quick review. Pig's Rule says this. It's another way of saying the subject-verb agreement. So if you have a plural subject, the verb will be singular. Plural goes to singular, subject, verb, plural, singular. If the subject is singular, then the verb will be plural. Let's go ahead and do a quick review. The pigs this is plural, and the verb would be singular, which would be make. The pigs make. Also, use your ears. You see that sounds better. Plural goes to singular. If we were to come over here and make this singular, then you see the verb would be plural. The pig makes. Plural goes to singular, singular goes to plural. This is the Pig's Rule. Let's go ahead, jump on in, take a look at the answer choices here. First of all, the underlying portion here in 61 is demands. You see there's an S on here. Of course, S means plural. So we have to come over here and see what they're talking about. They're talking about the seafood continues. So you know these need to be opposite of each other. Continues has an S on it, and it is plural. You see that right there? Plural does not go with plural. Plural goes with singular, and singular goes with plural. So if you come over here, you look at answer choice A, no change. That's wrong because demands and continues, or demand is singular. And we already know that that's going to match with continues. 61, using the Pig's Rule, D is the correct answer. The other thing you can go ahead and take a look at is you could say here A and B both say the same thing. This one's got one more word. Long, we're thinking razor blade, and demanding is when you're asked about the subject-verb agreement or Pig's Rule, it's either going to come down to singular or plural, just like we saw here. 61D, using the Pig's Rule. Test 70G, English practice problem number 62. Number 62, we're going to use the Mr. Chung rule. Let's do a quick review. Here is Mr. Chung's face. Notice that Mr. Chung's eyes are 2 dashes. Mr. Chung's nose is 2 commas or a comma splice. And Mr. Chung's mouth is 1 set of parentheses or brackets. Now remember, what's between the eyes, nose, and the mouth, dashes, commas, and parentheses, are all used in the exact same way. What's between them is more information about the subject that is just before it. It's considered non-essential information, and therefore, since it's non-essential, can be crossed out with your pen or pencil. Let's go ahead and take a look at problem 62. 62 is right here. If you look at 62, the sentence starts up here, and the sentence will end right here. But notice that at the beginning of the sentence, we see a dash. Reminds me of Mr. Chung's eyes. If there's 2 dashes, that means what's between the 2 dashes is non-essential information, extra information, and therefore can be crossed out. Let's go ahead and see if there's an answer choice that's got another dash. If there's 2 dashes, there's a dash in G right here. That means there's a dash after enclosures. When you come over here, you find enclosures. The dash is right there. That means what's between the dashes is extra information about aquaculture, but it's non-essential information, so we can cross it out with our pen or pencil. Let's go ahead and cross it out. Commercially raising fish, shellfish, and other aquatic organisms in tanks or enclosures. Is that information, more information about aquaculture? Yes, it is. Now, theoretically, if we read from the beginning of the sentence all the way to the end of the sentence, it should still stand on its own without that extra information. Aquaculture is one way to reduce people's dependence on wild-caught creatures, but it has its own drawbacks. You see that that is a complete sentence using Mr. Chung. G, it's got 2 dashes. We crossed it out. Therefore, G is the correct answer using Mr. Chung. 2 dashes, non-essential information between them. G is the correct answer. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the other answer choices in case you got it wrong. If you got H wrong, H is a dot dot. The definition of a dot dot is a smashed equal sign. What's on the left and the right must equal each other. Think of a dot dot as just looking basically like a smashed equal sign. 3 ways to use it. The first way to use it is a list, an explanation, or a direct quote. So first of all, it's not a list of stuff, so that's out. It's not an explanation, that's out. And it is not a direct quote because there's no quotation marks. So H can be crossed out. J, dot comma, reminds me of a banana and an orange. 2 complete sentences that are related. Each one of the sentences must be a complete sentence on the left and a complete sentence on the right. Aquaculture, commercially raised fish, shellfish, and other aquatic organisms in tanks or enclosures. That's a sentence fragment in the front, so that will not work. And answer choice F has got a comma. You're never going to put a dash and a comma. Remember Mr. Chung's face over here. It's either 2 dashes, 2 commas, or parentheses. You never mix and match them. There you have it. 62G is the correct answer. Test 70G, English practice problem number 63. Number 63 is a Formula B question. And remember, Formula B is modifying a paragraph. Topic sentence followed by details is how we write our paragraphs. Remember, details support the topic sentence. The writer is considering revising the preceding sentence to the following. Let's find 63 is here. Preceding means before. So that means our sentence is going to be the whole thing. Here's what it says. By increasing the supply of seafood and avoiding high transportation costs associated with ocean-based fishing, aquaculture helps keep prices low for consumers. We're going to revise it and make it shorter. It says by increasing the amount and cutting costs, aquaculture helps keep prices low. I want to know about cutting costs. How are you going to cut costs? Increasing the amount. The amount of what? This is considered hazy. Would you make a change to make a sentence hazy so you don't really know what you're talking about? The answer is no. So that means A and B can be crossed out right away. Why wouldn't we want to make this change? We're losing specific details in here that help you understand what's going on. This seems too bland. You don't really understand what's going on here. Let's take a look at the answer choices. C says no, because the revised sentence would lack important clarifying details. That's the right answer. Clarifying details. Cutting costs. How are we cutting the cost? We're cutting the cost by transportation costs. See how that's more information. It's clarifying what the costs are. D is wrong. Let's go ahead and take a look at why. No, because the revised sentence would go too formal in style. Formal, that is not exactly the case. C is the correct answer for problem 63, Formula B. Test 70G, English, practice problem number 64. In problem number 64, we're going to go ahead and use the dot dot rule. Let's do a quick review of a dot dot. A dot dot is a colon. A dot dot looks like a smashed equal sign. Let's take two boards and an equal sign, and we'll compress the boards together. When you compress two boards together, that equal sign, when you pull the boards apart, that equal sign will look like two little dots, dot, dot, or a colon. So what's on the left of the dot, dot will have to equal what's on the right of the dot, dots. Three ways to use it. One is a list. Two is an explanation. And three is a direct quote with quotation marks. Got to have those little marks. If you don't have those marks, it's considered a paraphrase, so you got to have the marks on there. List, explanation, a quote. Let's go ahead and take a look at H. H is the correct answer here, and you see there's a dot dot after benefit. Freshness is also a benefit. So now what comes after that is an explanation of the benefit of freshness. Commercially raised fish can reach market more quickly than ocean-caught fish. That is an explanation of the benefit. Therefore, that will be the correct answer. H. Let's take a look at some of the other answer choices here. Comma. Freshness is also a benefit. Comma. Commercially raised fish, blah, 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 blah. There's a comma in there. A comma would actually work, but H is better because it's fancier. Dot dot smashed equal sign. Answer choice J, you need some type of punctuation in there, otherwise the sentence gets to be long and clunky. You feel like you're out of breath when you read it. If you got this answer choice wrong, read from here to here and try not to take a breath. Let's go ahead and try it. Freshness is also a benefit. Commercially raised fish can reach market more quickly than ocean caught fish. Wow, that's a lot of words there. And remember, if there's no punctuation, you have to try and keep reading. If you naturally feel like you're taking a break somewhere in the middle, you need punctuation. Right there, that seemed tough to do. You can cross out J. You need punctuation in there. G, there is a comma after benefit, but you see there is an apostrophe S on that. That stands for that is. This is considered informal language. They're called contractions. I'm very, very hesitant about using contractions on ACT English unless I see it in the passage in a non-underlined section. And in this case, I don't see any contractions like don't, won't, can't, and so forth. So right away, I know that that's written informally, and if a passage is formal, you can't interject something new that's informal. It doesn't match the tone. So G is going to be out, and we've already talked about F. H is the correct answer for practice problem number 64. Test 70G, English practice problem number 65. In 65, we're going to go ahead and use a couple different rules here. Let's get started. The first one I like to use, probably one of my favorite rules on the test here, is Mr. Chung. Mr. Chung, quick review. Mr. Chung's face, eyes, nose, and a mouth. Eyes are dashes, nose, commas. Mouth is brackets or parentheses. What's between the brackets, the nose, the commas, the eyes, everything, what's between there is considered extra non-essential information about the main subject just beforehand. They're used all exactly the same way. Dashes are used the same way as a comma splice is, and a comma splice is used the exact same way as parentheses. What's between all of these three things is non-essential information. If it's non-essential information, we can cross it out. Now, you're probably saying, Thomas, what are you talking about? The underlined section is here. It doesn't even have anything to do with Mr. Chung. But if you look, here there is a comma after fish, and there is a comma after say. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cross this out to make the sentence easier to understand. Now we read from the beginning of the sentence all the way down to the end of the sentence here. We're going to plug in one of the answer choices to see how they sound. Relying less on wild-caught fish is also an ecologically sound approach to helping threatened natural populations recover. That sounds awesome. Answer choice C you saw was wrong from problem number 64, G, because it's a contraction for that is. It's written informally. If you look in the rest of the passage, there are no contractions like can't, won't, don't. So that means that this is written informally and it's the wrong tone of the passage. It also stands for that is. If you read this, it sounds weird when you say that is. Relying less on wild-caught fish, that is also an ecologically sound approach to helping threatened natural populations recover. This seems like doesn't seem like it fits. Answer choice B says which is. Remember, which is Mr. Chung's chin, and the word which needs to be set off in non-essential part, and that's not the case, so B is out. Answer choice A says this is. This is what? It seems hazy. The better choice is just flat out simple answer choice D for 65. Test 70G English practice problem number 66. Number 66 states, which choice offers the most effective and logical lead-in to the sentence and the paragraph? So let's go ahead and find 66 is here. It's the beginning of a new paragraph. So that means that we're going to have to look at the previous paragraph just above, up here. When we do that, we start reading from this sentence up here, relying less on wild-caught fish. Remember, that's Mr. Chung, extra information between commas, we can cross it out. The correct answer for this one is also an ecologically sound approach to helping threatened national populations recover. We want to lead into this based off of what we see in this sentence, ecologically sound approach. The best answer to tie these two together would be to talk about ecologically sound. Answer choice F, no change, says ecologically. Put a dot by it. G talks about financial profitability. Is that talking about ecology? No, that's off topic. That doesn't lead into it. H talks about nutrition and ecology. That is off topic. And J talks about a long history. It's not a long history, and also it doesn't talk about anything with ecology. If you look here, ecology here and ecological impact, they tie together. The best answer choice, therefore, for 66 will be answer choice F. Test 70G English practice problem number 67. Number 67, we'll get started using the Gibbs theorem. The Gibbs theorem states this. We're going to read to the comma and stop at the comma. Then you're going to ask yourself if that's enough information. Remember, you'll have one idea on the left of the comma, and then you'll have another new separate idea on the right of the comma. New idea. So what you want to do is you want to read to the comma and stop. Ask yourself if that's enough information. Is that a complete idea? If it is, then that's a good spot for the comma. Let's go ahead and get started with answer choice B. B, there's a comma after depends. So we're going to read to the comma and stop. The ecological impact of aquaculture depends. Depends on what? That's not enough information and therefore violates the Gibbs rule. Let's take a look at answer choice C. There is a comma after the word on. So let's go ahead and clear that screen, and we're going to go ahead and put a comma in after the word on. Read to the comma and stop. Ask yourself if that's enough information. Do you know what's going on? The ecological impact of aquaculture depends on what, everyone? We don't know. So that is a violation of the Gibbs theorem as well. B and C, therefore, can be crossed out right away. We'll move on to the next rule. The next rule is the dot dot. Remember, a dot dot looks like a smashed equal sign. What's on the left of the dot dot will have to equal what's on the right of the dot dot. So what we want to do is we want to use three things. The first thing is a list of stuff. They're going to say something, and then they're going to give you a list. I like sports, dot dot, soccer, hockey, and football. Soccer, hockey, and football is a list of the sports. Back on the other side, they equal each other. Sports equals soccer, hockey, and tennis. Number 2 is an explanation. An explanation, you'll have the main topic here, and then you'll have an explanation of what that is. I like football, ... a sport played on a field. A sport played on a field is an explanation about the main subject on the left. Either way you look at it, football and a sport played on the field equal each other. Explanation for 2. And finally, number 3 is a direct quote. A direct quote must have quotation marks around it. It's a longer quote. It's got to be more than 5 words long. When you look over here at this particular thing here, you see number 1, there is no quotation marks there. So that is not a direct quote. There is not a list of stuff over here, so that violates it. And an explanation depends on. This is not an explanation of what it depends on. So that will be a violation as well. You can go ahead and cross out answer choice D because D is incorrectly using a ... Therefore, 67, the correct answer, the only one that's left is answer choice A, no comma. 67, A is the correct answer. Test 70G English practice problem number 68. Number 68, we're going to go ahead and use a couple different rules here. First of all, it looks like it's a Formula B question. Formula B questions are asking you to add or delete sentences from one particular paragraph. Let's go ahead. Locate 68 is right here. It says at this point the writer is considering adding the following true statement. They're going to add this statement that starts with a dash. Filter feeders that help clear waste from water, and end with a dash. Now, here is where 68 is. They're going to add that in right here. So remember, this is a detail that will help support the big picture. The big picture comes from the topic sentence here, the ecological impact. So first things first, using Formula B, does this help support ecological impact of aquaculture? Filter feeders clear water? Yes, filter feeders clearing water makes it more ecological friendly. So first of all, I want to add it in just because this new information is going to add to our topic sentence. Number 1. Number 2, let's go ahead and look at it a different way. First of all, I see dashes, which remind me of Mr. Chung. Here is Mr. Chung's face. 2 dashes, 2 commas, and 2 parentheses. Remember, what's between the commas, dashes, and parentheses all do the exact same thing. It's called a parenthetical statement. It's non-essential information that leads you back to the main subject just before. Here's what we have. This extra information will help you understand what comes just before that. Well, here's 68. What comes right before that is mussels and oysters. Is this information more information about mussels and oysters? Hey, they're filter feeders that help clear waste from water. That is more information about mussels and oysters, and in essence, that will strengthen this particular sentence to make it go back to the topic here that deals with ecological impact of aquacultures. When I read this ecological impact, I'm thinking already using the good stinky rule. This ecological thing makes me feel like it's something positive. So therefore, I would want to add that in there. We've used 2 different rules, Formula A and also Mr. Chung. So we know the answer is going to be yes. We can cross out the no answers. J, no, and H, no. We're left with F and G. Let's go ahead and start with F. Yes, because it explains why mussels and oysters can have a beneficial coastal areas, can be beneficial to coastal areas. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't read that. That is the correct answer. Why? Because that ties back into this ecological impact. Remember, Formula B deals with one paragraph, topic sentence followed by details. You see it right there. Let's take a look at why G is wrong. G says yes because it identifies which species of mussels and oysters are raised commercially. One, it doesn't say anything about specific species, and it doesn't say which ones are raised commercially, so that is off topic. 68, using a couple different rules, the correct answer, therefore, will be F. Test 70G, English practice problem number 69. Number 69, let's go ahead and get started. Which choice makes it clear that the writer is describing farmed salmon in general rather than a particular type of farmed salmon? Well, first of all, when you read this question, it's kind of hard to understand what they're talking about. But basically, what they're trying to do here is we want to just talk about farmed salmon in general. So how are we going to make these answer choices make it more specific? Well, I'll tell you how. Mr. Chung. Remember, let's do a quick review of Mr. Chung and apply it to a new scenario that you haven't seen before. Here's Mr. Chung's face. Mr. Chung has eyes, which are 2 dashes. He has a nose, which are 2 commas. And he has a mouth, which is one set of brackets or parentheses. Everything on Mr. Chung's face is used exactly the same way. 2 dashes are used in the same manner as 2 commas, as 2 brackets. Everything that's between the dashes is extra non-essential information that will lead you back to what comes just before that. Okay? 2 commas or a comma splice is non-essential information that leads you back to the thing they're talking about just beforehand. And what's in the brackets or parentheses is extra information that's non-essential that leads you back to just before they put the brackets there. It's all used the same way. So here is what we're looking for. Over here it says farmed salmon. If we want to specifically talk about farmed salmon, the best way to do that is set it off in either dashes, commas, or brackets, because if you do that, that will give you more information about the subject before, which is farmed salmon. Now, when you look at this, you look at your answer choices. Let's start with D. D, there's only 1 comma, which means we would have to analyze this using the Gibbs theorem, read to the comma, and then stop. But that's not answering the question. It's not asking you to correct the punctuation. It's asking you which one talks about farmed salmon in general. So you know that one of the answer choices has to have an answer that has either 2 dashes, 2 commas, or 2 parentheses. When you quickly scan A, B, C, and D, there are no dashes. You also see there are no parentheses. So we're thinking right away Mr. Chung's knows 2 commas. So what we know, there's got to be a comma after the word salmon because that will bracket it off, and a comma after pens. That will lead us to answer choice A. Let's go ahead and take a look at it a little closer. Here is the main subject, farmed salmon, and then you have a comma and a comma splice, 2 commas, just like his nose. What's between the commas is extra information, which means we can go ahead and cross it out. The sentence still makes sense if we did that. And this information will lead you back to the main subject of farmed salmon, typically raised in netted ocean pens. That is the correct answer. Answer choice A, the double commas. Think of this problem as a Mr. Chung rule. 69, therefore, is going to be answer choice A. Test 70G, English, practice problem number 70. Problem 70, we're going to go ahead and use the famous razor blade rule that says simple is best. Remember, always read from the beginning of the sentence, right here, all the way to the end, right here. Couple things to take note. One, you see there's a huge blank space in between a sentence. Right in the middle of a sentence, they put a big space there. Well, geez, what? That's weird. When you look at that, that kind of throws you off your game a little bit. Have you ever wondered, like, wait, why do they do that? Is that a new paragraph? Or wait, they're cutting a sentence in between? And here, look, there's another one in here. Why do they do that? I'll tell you, real straightforward, nice and easy. They do that because they want to. They do that to make you feel uncomfortable. You're probably getting thrown off your game a little bit by going, wait, why are they doing it? Wait, huh? Wait, does this go back with... Now you're starting to lose your concentration. Just get used to seeing these big gaps in the passage. They're in there for no other reason than to get you thinking about, wait, why are they in there? Start thinking about it now. They do it just to confuse you, and when you see it on test day, you won't even think twice about it. You just answer the question. So, first things first, when you come over here, we're doing problem number 70, and right away, the number one rule on ACT English is the razor blade rule, which says simple is best. So, if you come over here and take a look at F, you see it says disease which makes salmon ill. Well, when you have a disease, aren't you ill anyways? So you see how that's like extra information? It's like redundant. It's too long. Get that out of there. G says disease owing to the fish being close together. Okay, well, when they're in a pen, can't you assume they're being close together? So that's redundant. That's also extra information. You don't need it. And then also H says sickness known as a disease. Well, a disease is sickness, and sickness is a disease, so it's redundant on that one. The best answer choice for problem number 70 is J. Simple is best. When you come in and look at this problem as you're going through, your eyes should be attracted to the shorter answer choices. You try these first. Read from the beginning of the sentence to the end of the sentence and see, does it work? Is it still complete when I make it short and simple? Because that's what ACT likes. 70 is J using the razor blade rule. Test 70G, English, practice problem number 71. 71, let's get started. Which of the following alternatives to the underlined portion would not be acceptable? First of all, whenever you see the word not, least, or except, always circle that. That means that we're looking for the answer that will not work. In other words, we'll have 3 answer choices that will be correct and 1 that will be incorrect. Once again, we're looking for the answer that will be incorrect. Always read from the beginning of the sentence starting here to the end of the sentence here. Answer choice A says, allowed to go untreated. Allowed to go untreated, that waste can contaminate the land or water where it's deposited. Right away, you know that that sounds okay. So we're going to go ahead and cross that one out. B says, what's untreated? What's untreated, that waste can contaminate. Oh, that sounds weird right away. That doesn't even make it into a complete sentence. I put a dot by that one. Answer choice C says, left untreated, that waste can contaminate the land or water where it's deposited. That sounds okay. We'll cross it out. And answer choice D says, untreated, that waste can contaminate the land or water where it's deposited. Let's go back to B and read it one more time. It says, what's, or what is untreated. What is untreated, or what's untreated, that waste can contaminate the land or water where it's deposited. Right away, you see that this one sounds wacky. Remember, we're looking for the answer choice that's not acceptable, so 71, using your ears, will be answer choice B. Also, it's a little on the hazy side. 71, B for the correct answer. Test 70G, English, practice problem number 72. Number 72, we're going to go ahead and use the Formula B technique. Remember, one particular paragraph is going to have a topic sentence in the top, details below, and the details will support the topic sentence. Here's what the question says. Given all choices are true, which one most effectively completes the paragraph's contrast to raising shrimp with raising catfish? The key word here is contrast. So what we have to do is we have to go ahead and look at catfish and shrimp. In the passage, it talks about catfish here. And it says catfish produce little waste. So we're going to contrast that by saying shrimp produce the opposite of little waste, which is a lot of waste. Contrast means opposite. So look for an answer choice that says shrimp produce a lot of waste. When you come in here, you look at answer choice F. F says farms can yield 100,000 kilograms of shrimp. That doesn't talk about their waste, so F is out. G says it takes about 12 days after hatching for them to become adults. That does not talk about waste. H says the farms that raise them are generally described as extensive or intensive. That does not talk about waste. Answer choice J says polluted water from coastal farm ponds is usually discharged into the environment. That right here talks about shrimp and waste being a pollutant in the water. Therefore, that will contrast catfish to shrimp. Opposite, once again, of catfish producing little waste is shrimp polluting water. J is the correct answer for practice problem number 72. Test 70G, English, practice problem number 73. In problem 73, we're going to go ahead and use the razor blade rule again. Remember, simple is best. Also, don't use answer choices that are repetitive or redundant. And if you see the word delete or omit, check those first, because chances are pretty high percentage that that might be the right answer. Let's go ahead and start with delete. We're going to read from the beginning of the sentence all the way to the end of the sentence and put your finger over the underlined section and delete that right here. To combat some of the problems associated with aquaculture, scientists and aquaculturists are developing better waste removal processes as well as hard well pen systems designed to keep them separate. That will work. It's a complete sentence. Therefore, 73 using the razor blade technique, D is the correct answer. Test 70G, English, practice problem number 74. Number 74, we're going to go ahead and use the hazy pronoun rule. Remember, the hazy pronoun says make sure that you think and talk about things specifically. Razor blade says simple is best. However, you want to make sure you understand what the sentence is trying to say. Be specific, but be short. It's a balancing act between the razor blade and hazy pronouns. Let's go ahead and jump on in, take a look at the answer choices for 74. Let's take a look first at answer choice F. We're going to read from the beginning of the sentence to the end of the sentence and see where we're at. That means we're going to have to start up here at the word to combat some of the problems associated with aquaculture. that is deleted, remember, from D. Scientists and aquaculturists are developing better waste removal processes as well as hard-walled pen systems designed to keep them separate. Keep them separate. Who is them? That's the first thing I want to know. They're trying to separate the different types of fish, the different types of species, and so forth, but then they would just refer to them as them. That is called a hazy pronoun. F can be out right away. Answer choice H says these sorts of things. These is a hazy pronoun, and J says those two separate. Those is a hazy pronoun. The better answer choice here is answer choice G, that says commercial and wild populations separate. See, I didn't even know what they were talking about. I just thought they were talking about different types of fish or catfish and shrimp or something like that. But this is the one that will make you understand exactly what they're trying to get at. They're using pen systems to keep wild and commercial fish and shrimp separate from each other, different populations separated. G is the only one that is not hazy, using the hazy pronoun rule, 74G. Test 70G English practice problem number 75. Number 75 is a Formula A question that deals with a suppose question stem. So here are the steps 1 through 6 of what you need to do in order to answer these questions. These are considered rhetorical skills questions. It's basically similar to what you're going to do for genius mapping. So the first thing that we need to do is our stem, our question stem here, needs to be plucked out. We need to pluck out what's called the good stuff here. And the good stuff, basically, you're going to take your pen and cross out stuff that's always in these suppose questions. But here's the question. Suppose the writer's goal had been to write an essay condemning the use of aquaculture. Would this essay successfully accomplish this goal? Well, you know, every time you get a suppose question, you're going to have this sentence in here. Suppose the writer's goal had been to write an essay. And then this is always going to be in there as well. Would this essay accomplish that goal? So what we've gotten this down to is the good stuff is this. Condemning the use of aquaculture. That's the good stuff. Step number 1. Step number 2, what we're going to do is we're going to make a question, and then we're going to take the good stuff and throw it in the tail end of that question. And that question is, does this paragraph talk about condemning the use of aquaculture? Then what we're going to do is we're going to go back in and read all the topic sentences starting at the very beginning of the essay, all the paragraph topic sentences. And then next to the topic sentence, you're going to either say yes or no when you ask yourself that question. Read the topic sentence, paragraph 1, and say, does this paragraph talk about condemning the use of aquaculture? If it is yes, put a Y next to it. If it's no, put N. Then move on to the second paragraph, the third paragraph, all the way down. Then you're going to go ahead and count up how many yeses you have and how many no's you have. You're going to decide whether there's more yeses or no's, and then you're going to go ahead and cross out what you know is wrong. For example, if it does talk about, the majority of the paragraphs talk about condemning the use of aquaculture, there's more Y's than N, then you know that the correct answer is going to be either A or B, yes, yes. So you could cross out B, C, and D, which are no's. Then, if you feel like you get it down to 2 and you're not 100% sure between the two, review your topic sentence again as needed. Let's go ahead and get started. Remember, the good stuff is this: condemning the use of aquaculture. Let's go back to the beginning of the essay. We'll read the topic sentence and see what it says. All the way back up here. The topic title is aquaculture, a solution or a problem. Right away that tells me they're debating and probably going to give you paragraphs that talk about solutions and problems. It says, overfishing has depleted much of the world's natural occurring supply and edible aquatic creatures. So right away, that doesn't condemn the use of aquaculture because it doesn't say anything about aquaculture, it just says overfishing. So we put an N next to it. We'll move down to the next paragraph, read the topic sentence down here. And the second paragraph topic sentence is, by increasing the supply of seafood and avoiding the high transportation costs associated with ocean-based fishing, aquaculture helps keep prices low for consumers. Does this paragraph topic sentence condemn aquaculture? The answer is no. So far, 2 no's. We'll move to paragraph 3 and continue on doing the same thing. Paragraph 3's topic sentence says, the ecological impact of aquaculture depends on which species are raised and what method is used. So this is kind of like comparing and contrasting. You can see that they're going to say some are negative and some are positive. So right away, I put a no next to it. It could be maybe. Let's go to the next paragraph. The next paragraph's topic sentence says this. Many ecological experts believe that the safest place for aquaculture is far from a natural body of water. Are they condemning aquaculture? Well, here they're saying the safest place, so maybe it's not directly negating it, but let's just say, play devil's advocate here, and say that we change this to no, from no to yes, even though it's kind of neutral. So far, let's do a tally of what we have. Paragraph 1 is no. Paragraph 2 is no. Paragraph 3 is maybe. And paragraph 4, let's say, is yes. So far, no is winning the battle. Let's go to the next paragraph and see where we're at. Looks like that's the last paragraph. So it's going to be no for the correct answer. So that means we can come over here because you saw paragraph 1 said no. Let's get to the red pen. Remember, paragraph said no. Paragraph 1, no. Paragraph 2, no. Paragraph 3, we said no or maybe. And paragraph 4 was more like a maybe, but let's just say for devil's advocate it was yes. No matter how you look at it, there's 2 no's here for sure. So you know the correct answer is going to have to be C or D. That means we can go ahead and cross out A and B. Let's go ahead and see why it is. C says no because it presents benefits and drawbacks of aquaculture to roughly equal extents. Comparing and contrasting, we saw that up there. Or D says no because it focuses instead on how aquaculture can be made more environmentally friendly. It's off topic. The better of the 2 answer choices is answer choice C. If you're in debate between C and D, remember, number 6 says review your topic sentences one more time, and you'd see that this environmentally friendly thing is off topic. C is the correct answer using Formula A, suppose question.